Hello, cheers to your vitality and health. There's some papaya tree there, papaya here. Doing a bit of papaya fasting. It's the only thing I've eaten today. Digestive enzymes. I'm going to eat the seeds. Removes yeast, fungus, parasites from the body. Anti-cancer effects. They're not super good tasting, but I'll eat them. They're not bad. I'm good, Jack. How are you? You just used them to kill your dog's parasites. Far out. Far out. We did that with our dogs. Papaya seeds and jackfruit seeds. Things we have here. Works very well. Yes, health and wellness to you and yours as well, my friend. That's the theme of this live stream. They all include that theme, but today I thought, if I could just put as much effort as I can into pointing people towards things, for their health and vitality, be a nice thing to do, a valuable thing to contribute in the investment of my fellow life forms. Last bite of seeds. Here they go. And that's just the good part. Good tasting part. Good morning, everyone, or evening or afternoon or whatever it is where you are. So, how can I be of service pointing someone towards better health and vitality? I'm eating papaya. It has a digestive enzyme that digests proteins. So a lot of the conditions people have with immune system issues, autoimmune struggles, as well as just a lot of health conditions have to do with leaky gut and then foreign substances getting into the body that way. Foreign proteins are quite poisonous. Foreign meaning it wasn't digested. It leaked into your bloodstream through a leaky gut. That can cause a lot of havoc. So by eating this, putting some protein digesting enzymes in my bloodstream that'll clean up things like that. If you're in a tropical environment and you want quick edible plants, well, you should have something with green leafy. Probably the best overall is to get into growing your own tropical stinging nettle. There's a lot of things grow well here. We have a lot of collard greens. That didn't take long to grow. And then purslane's nice if you can find it and multiply it because it's got an omega-3 in it. That's super valuable as a plant food to have in your essential amino fatty acid. What are some other things? There's a lot of things that'll grow fast, radishes and turnips and I guess tomatoes and bell peppers take a little longer. Bok choy grows fast. Look at the wild edibles where you are. Pick a few you like and, you won't even have to work to have those. As far as fruit trees, things like guavas and papayas will grow and produce really fast compared to most fruit trees. And I'm sure there's others. I'm not an expert. Those are two I've noticed out of what we have. They grow really fast. But yeah, I'd probably Google fast-growing fruit trees and fast-growing vegetables. You can grow a lot of vegetables in a tropical place, not all. We failed with certain things because it's too hot. So look for things that would go to a growth zone of at least 9 if you're going to be somewhere tropical. and you might be in a higher zone than that. Say you're in a 10 or 11 even, you could probably grow a food that's compatible with a 9 grow zone in a shady spot, even living in a 10 or 11 type tropical area. I don't know anything about EMS devices for healing muscles, organs, and other stuff. Not even sure. Electromagnetic, probably. Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't have any experience with it that I'm aware of. What do I think of tobacco? Well, it's a valid plant. Non-GMO, like natural tobacco, exists for a reason, probably for many reasons. In gardening, it'll protect your other plants. If you're organic like us and you don't do pesticides and herbicides, some people use tobacco plants around their other garden plants because it's a natural insect repellent. A lot of the bugs and worms and things that, like caterpillars, or certain things that'll eat your plants, tobacco actually repels them. And of course, it has its own medicinal uses for this and that. I know that Native Americans would blow tobacco smoke in someone's ear when they had an ear infection. Apparently, that can relieve it. I'm not sure all the different uses, but certainly a valid plant. But the tobacco products that people use are laced with 4,000 plus man-made industrial chemicals. So whatever tobacco is getting blamed for in the form of cigarettes and cigars. Now, granted, you can't sit around and smoke too much natural tobacco and tar up your lungs for sure. But when you add 4,000 insane chemicals to it, now you just have a cocktail for cancer and every other kind of thing. So I think tobacco takes a lot of the blame for the other nefarious plots that humans use tobacco products for. That said, I wish there was more hemp. I wish a long time ago tobacco and hemp not competing industries where somebody paid for better advertising and demonized one to promote the other, because there should be a lot more hemp products on planet Earth, being that it's so useful. But anyway, that's not tobacco's fault. That's just people misusing what they have in their hands as usual. I haven't consumed any duck eggs for months, but I certainly will again. I've just had zero cravings. I'm a vegetarian, technically, or whatever, but I've just been eating vegan for, like 3 months straight or something. If I'm not craving the eggs, why eat them, Give more to the animals or to my kids or something else. So I haven't eaten any for a while, but they're still part of my nutritional supplies or whatever. They're part of my diet. I haven't eaten any for quite a while. How does your plumbing work? Just normal. We have normal plumbing in this house. We have, septic tanks, like big concrete boxes in the ground, and flushing toilets. Normal, just normal here. But our water supply is a gravity flow spring that's up the mountain on our property further than where the house is. So that's really cool. We don't have a water bill. We don't have toxic water. We don't have water that somebody can take away from us or hide all kinds of contaminants and mind control substances and all the other lovely things that water gets abused for, because we have our own supply, which is probably this is an amazing property overall, but that's probably the biggest bullet point of why, when we found the opportunity to look at this one, I was like, yeah, it's probably the biggest single bulletin point on why we bought this property. You say elbow pain outside your elbow? I'm not quite sure what that means, but I'm assuming it might be a little distance from the joint itself, so it's probably a sore tendonitis type thing. You could use a comfrey poultice and take Solomon seal internally, take magnesium in and externally, make magnesium oil for the external application of the area. This goes for any sore muscle, joint, tendon, connective tissue, disc in your back. Basically, the things that are in my connective tissue stack on this channel would be really good for that area where you have a sore tendon or whatever it is. because the stuff in that connective tissue stack, it'll address it, whether it's tendon, ligament, muscle, cartilage, bone. It addresses it all really well. It's on the health playlist, health topics playlist. It's a struggle to Jack, to start trying to quickly get enough things growing to take care of your family. We could live off the land now without buying anything if we needed to. But on this property, that took 3 years. On most, it probably would have taken longer. The only reason it only took 3 years here is because we brought chickens and ducks, or we brought chickens with us, and then we got ducks after we lived here. But there's a lot of wild edibles they can eat that helps them produce eggs. There was a lot of trees already grown on this property, certain fruits in abundance. That really helps. There's a lot of wild edibles we found here, and I brought about 50 different fruit trees that I dug up that were small still out of the first property we got when we found this much better, much more ideal property. And I brought them here and established them. And here we are 3 years later, a decent amount of those are actually starting to produce. So it's always a struggle still, though, because every piece of land is actually, especially around here in the tropics, every piece of land is very different as far as exactly the drainage in different areas of soil, exactly the soil type, the amount of sun they get, at what angles, how much wind, how much rain. So you try a lot of things, you know, because you can read a lot of things and that does help. It helps to have a lot of knowledge about what you're doing. But then you find that in real life, not all of that works just like it said it would in writing. So you have to kind of do your own trials and experiments and figure out what grows well on your particular property and what doesn't, and put your efforts into the things that do grow well. And make sure you have a wide enough variety of things to cover all your essential nutrients, and you establish that well. Anything that is essential, like omega-3s, you really need to put some extra effort into it to make sure you have that one way or the other. Here, for example, we have purslane, we have avocados, and we have, duck and chicken eggs with a high amount of omega-3 in them because they're fed on, wild foraged green herbs and fruits and all kinds of stuff. So the ratio is really good there. You need to make sure you have enough protein at some point, right? So you're not incredibly skinny trying to do a lot of work looking like a skeleton, So there's plenty of plants you can grow that way. And again, I recommend chickens and ducks. They live well in harmony with humans. Most people wouldn't do both because chickens and ducks don't always get along easily. We have our ways of keeping them separate here, but you probably want at least one of those, because if you think about this, guys, if you're being a do-it-yourselfer and you need every nutrient to live on, a lot of people would be baffled when I say, well, you need to make sure you have every essential nutrient, because they're like, I don't even know what the essential nutrients are. Let me give you a big head start. Why chickens or ducks could be really good friends and you should treat them well. Their eggs have every single essential nutrient for you except for vitamin C. Now, what does any other fruit you're growing, even any vegetable, but especially any fruit you grow, have? You know for sure. One thing they all have is vitamin C. So right there, between some chicken eggs, let's say, and some guavas, you now have every essential nutrient to stay alive. So now it's just the amount and starting to get more variety. And also remember, food is supposed to be your medicine and medicine your food. All these foods are medicinal, but we have specific things we grow for specific scenarios. Like natural antibiotics, you cannot grow garlic here in the tropics. Not really. None of the kinds we've tried anyway. It's very difficult to do that. So what we do is we grow oregano, because oregano oil, or oregano, raw oregano, if you chew it up, it's full of the volatile oils. It's a really good natural antibiotic. You need your own antibiotics. Even I know that. I have a strongest immune system of anybody I've heard of, and have had that for a long time. But I still wouldn't be out here in the middle of nowhere without some natural antibiotics in my Garden of Eden style medicine cabinet. So that's a few good, bulletin points. Yeah, head tremors are not normal. and not something to be blamed on genetics. Maybe post a message under this thread, because I would need to ask you some questions. We'd have to try to narrow it down more. What might be causing that? I'm glad you noticed that, Jack. I am being the example, you know. Be the example of the things you preach, and you know, nobody needs to see like one more skinny, scrawny vegan or vegetarian. And by the way, if you're out there and you're vegan and vegetarian, very skinny, I am not insulting you. That's a perfectly valid type of physique. I would much rather be a super skinny person than an overweight person. Just saying. But I think what would help a lot of people that are so afraid because of the brainwashing that if they're not eating dead animals all the time, you're just going to dissipate and blow away. It's entirely not true, you know. So somebody just for fun setting world records of strength and endurance because he loves doing it, and doing it all on a vegetarian diet grown from the land. I mean, that shows people what you already know in your hearts, but it's like somebody needs to show it. Because some percentage of all of us is a visual learner, and some people more than others. So in a world where there's a whole lot of talk and not a lot of people backing up what they talk, it is an honor to be in a situation where I can actually walk what I talk to the extreme, you know, walk, run, or carry what I talk, climb it, whatever we got to do, wrestle it, throw it around, whatever works. I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask about urine therapy. It's not my thing. There's so many good things you can, like, my thing is to cultivate raw, healthy things and consume them that way rather than try to recycle my urine. If I was in a weird enough situation in life, that might be valid, but I don't have to resort to drinking my pee. And I'm not fully convinced or unconvinced of the benefits of that, but I'm just not the guy to ask. When this video goes up, when this live stream's over, Scar, there'll be a normal comments box under it, just like any video. So you can post it there. If I happen to miss it or something, just post it on my next video. Just keep asking me. I always try to check my emails in the morning. Almost every day I get a chance, and try to go through and see if anybody really needs help. I try to look for those so I can be of use to whoever's asking for help with something, you know, at least point you in a good direction, somewhere I would go if I was dealing with that, you know. Yeah, you can live optimist, but the thing is, what most eggs are is so unhealthy and imbalanced. I cannot guarantee you they have all the necessary nutrients. But if you get some kind of organic eggs where the chickens, I mean, it's going to cost more, but some kind of organic free range where the chickens actually are treated right, and therefore they can produce something that'll treat you right. Those kind of high quality eggs, plus you get some vitamin C in your diet, you're at least meeting your essentials. Yes. And actually simpler diets work better for longevity and health anyway. If you're not worried about maintaining a certain amount of mass and you just want to be healthy and functional, some good quality organic eggs, maybe the kind that promote themselves as having omega-3 fats in them, that'd be a good choice. And then, you know, have fun with your fruits. Just don't combine them. You know, if you haven't seen it, check out my basic food combination guide video. Don't combine the fruits with the eggs. You'll be messing up the whole thing. Eat them at different times of day, and you'll at least be covering all your essentials. And you'll be doing it in a way that's simple for your digestive system, which over time could actually reverse a lot of problems if most people would ever do that. Love you too, my friend. Stuck in pornography for 6 years. Guilt and shame. Well, man, when you care enough, you'll change. Like, you know, what I think helps is here's something that defeats humans. And I can't even get into how big of a topic this is for the plight of humanity over thousands of years. But guilt and shame absolutely destroy human functions and allow negative entities to influence you and all kinds of stuff. They're absolutely not in your best interest. Obviously, it hasn't helped you quit either, has it? It's probably just made it worse. So if you can take me at my word on that and let it go, guilt and shame are rooted in fear, and anything you do rooted in fear will always work out not in your best interest or in anyone else's. Now, what's a way to deal with this that would be rooted in love? Well, stop giving porn all this power and making it a big thing. Love yourself and your significant other more. Take a positive view of life and replace that time that you keep giving into that weakness with something constructive that you actually believe in doing, like a positive hobby or even a positive addiction. That can really help. It can come down to something as simple as time management helps with behavior management. But at the root of it, guilting and shaming will make you weaker, stucker, and more enslaved to sin. That's the truth that, churches don't really tell you because they love to control you with guilt and shame. And it's not just churches. Narcissists control people with guilt and shame. It goes back further, and it's a bigger conspiracy theory topic than you might believe, but it's never going to get you out of what you're doing. Okay. You got to have a positive motive to replace negative activities in life. With the guilt and shame will just have you forever spiraling into more narratives of how weak and helpless you are. And, it's no good. Chronic sternum pain. Well, I would at least try the things in my connective tissue stack, internally and externally, at least on that area of the body. It's on the health topics playlist. Holotropic breathing, DMT release. Yeah, I know I've been there. I've gone out of my body from certain breathing things I was just doing and totally surprised myself how intense and incredible that was. So that's real. If you don't panic or something, it's actually a very healthy practice. It's much better than using something synthetic to achieve the same thing. Because humans have lived synthetic so long, they seem to have forgot something very important. Synthetic chemicals that do the job that natural chemicals could are a dead form, a dead synthetic form of something that should be done with something alive that comes from the conscious infinite one instead of some dead synthetic form. There's always a consequence to using something dead and synthetic compared to something real and alive. It's kind of like it's a counterfeit. And society's so full of counterfeits, people forgot that, there's supposed to be a real version of all these things. So I would enjoy doing that kind of breathing. Just do it in a safe place, Experiment with all the species of mushrooms, huh? Interesting. It's good somebody needs to be an expert so they know which ones do what and which ones not to mess with. Yeah, I posted a nootropic stack last week, Stoic. I called it the Brain Hack Stack or something like that. It's on the health playlist. Really good stack. I don't bulk, my friend, so I'm not the guy to ask because I actually am aware of a plethora of diseases that come from the gluttonous way all of mainstream society eats, especially guys that lift weights and start bulking. You're taking a society that already taught you to eat in gluttonous ways, and then you're just amplifying the damage. But as far as gaining healthy mass over time slowly, that's what I recommend. Building quality dense mass slowly over time instead of just a big sloppy disaster that you might have metabolic consequences for the rest of your life in many cases. Overeating shortens your life, guys. I mean, overeating is going to shorten your life just as much as being a hardcore alcoholic, just so you know. It's no good just because it's largely promoted because people are selling massive amounts of foods people are wasting by overeating. Doesn't mean it's good for you. So I'm not the guy for bulking because I don't endorse things that I know are not good for people's health and that I don't do myself, at least not anymore. I did some bulking a long time ago, but I wish I hadn't. It wasn't any good for me. It didn't result in any kind of improvements in life. Just resulted in stuff I had to fix later and go to extra effort to correct. There's a lot of mainstream things, that it's like, nah, I just can't agree with it. I know too much. Heal the brain from autism? Probably. Yeah, it can be done. I'm not entirely sure that we aren't meant to have certain people on the spectrum because there are certain gifts. But full on autism, I think that's a real hardship, and that's not so much a gift from what I've seen anyway. And being that you can cause it with certain things, people love to inject lots into babies when they're born. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word, so I won't. I already got in trouble for pointing out problems with that in the past. I got canceled. So anyway, you know what I'm talking about. But if it's, chemically induced autism, I guarantee you that I would seek to fix it because I absolutely believe it's fixable. Yes. There's a lot of herbs that help you build new neurons and dendrites and nerves basically in the brain. So stacking those with natural nutrients like inositol and choline and brain builders in a healthy, simple lifestyle and, a supportive environment that's not stressful and stuff like that, I definitely think a person could therapeutically change their brain chemistry back closer to what it would have genetically been without interference. Where do I get my information from? It comes directly from the source of all things. I get these downloads. I started getting them a long time ago. And a lot of times I go and I research through until I find obscure research papers that show me the pieces of what I was shown already in my mind. Because I, as a human, I like that left brain external validation. I've gotten to the point where I don't actually need it. There are certain messages I receive and I act on because I already know it's accurate, and I'll get around to researching and finding the details when I can. But when it comes to anything I tell other people, I try to only stick to things that you can. It may be difficult. Most people don't research as well or as easy as me, but at least the last time I checked, there was evidence for any of these things that I share with people. But it came from a lot of different places. I don't follow some person or some system or any of that nonsense. I just collect raw information from different places and put it together. That's the scientific side of me that is sometimes skeptical and needs to confirm things that I was shown on the other side of me. I don't know what we want to label that. Well, to maintain fast twitch fibers, just train accordingly. And don't quote me for sure on this, but it seems like resveratrol in studies contributed to switching some of the slow twitch into fast twitch. Possibly, you could look into that. I know there are certain herbs and substances. If they did a lot more studies, they'd find a lot more about this. But what you consume as well as your style of training actually contributes to what percentage of which type of muscle fibers you have. Someone whose legs can't be fully stretched out. I don't know. It might be fascia, but it might be I'd have to kind of see it to guess. It could be mechanically something in the knee joint, is in the way. Nick a turkey, or you're asking me? Downsides to taking plant digestive enzymes daily? Not really. It's mostly just upsides. I'm actually taking them in the morning on an empty stomach right now to upgrade my systemic enzymes. Enzyme therapy is a wonderful thing. I would say that you do want to take breaks at some point because you don't want your body for some reason to get lazy. I've never seen any evidence that this occurs, but just as a practical sort of common sense thing, I would take at least a few months off at a time here and there to make sure your body remembers how to make all its own digestive enzymes. The evidence I've seen actually, even in prolonged trials, the ones I read about, people's pancreas and their ability to produce enzymes actually went up during the time they were taking digestive enzymes, probably because those organs got a break and they got to recharge and build up their own health and their own supplies of energy. But just out of common sense, I wouldn't stay on them forever without taking breaks here and there, just to exercise your body's full ability to make its own digestive enzymes. I'm eating a papaya right now. This is. It tastes really good when it's been chilled in a refrigerator. High blood pressure tips. Yeah, I need to do a stack for that pretty soon. Look into natural ACE. It's an acronym, capital letters. Natural ACE inhibitors, herbs, and supplements that are natural ACE inhibitors. A lot of whatever stack I put together for you guys on lowering blood pressure will have natural ACE inhibitors in it. I'll tell you what, I never had high blood pressure. Mine's actually low, but I love ACE inhibitors for the brain chemistry changes. They have a lot of other benefits, but they're also good for lowering blood pressure. And then there's some things I'll have in the stack that are good for like cleaning out your actual arteries of plaque and opening them up and making the veins and arteries more flexible, etc. So it'll be a pretty comprehensive stack when I put it together. But definitely, right off the bat, start looking into natural herbal and supplemental ACE inhibitors. It's a good avenue to learn about. Well, For autoimmune disease, I really recommend you start at the beginning of my health playlist and learn and understand as much as you can and apply as much as you will of what's in the first 3 videos at least, okay? And there's a few more videos like resolving internal conflicts has something to do with that, and that's on the health playlist as well. Yeah, I'm on a balcony. It's one side of our house. Got some shade, enough of an overhang that if it starts pouring rain, laptop will probably survive. So my wife thought I should try a more scenic live stream today. So far, so good. You're very welcome, James. I'm happy to help, happy to be of use. Much love to you. Yeah, if it's not pain in the knees and they don't feel locked up, sounds like your muscles are just way too tight on the hamstring side. Some people get that way from sitting in desks in school, sitting in cars like this, and then sitting in an office job. It's extremely unnatural. We're not made for that. It causes like overuse injuries just from being in the wrong position all the time. So I'd look to slowly, carefully, wisely, reasonably lengthen and stretch out my hamstrings, because that's more what it sounds like, what you're describing. Lewis, that's kind of impossible to say how long it takes to detox from everything. There's thousands and thousands of chemicals, many of which nobody has any idea all the side effects or how long they take to get out of the body completely. So when I did it, I did my full spectrum detox. It's the first video on my health playlist. I did that for like 2 years straight every day. And my health has been in an entirely different stratosphere ever since. So me, I don't, it's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I want some awesome benefits, so I go hard and long on things that are a valuable investment in your vitality. That said, anything's better than nothing. A week would do a tremendous amount of good for a person. But I was like, hey, my body's giving me good feedback. Let's just go with it. And I'm not afraid of detoxing. I don't believe any of the, what is it, the FDA, the effing devil association or whoever poo-poos every natural practice and tries to scare you out of it. Me personally, nah. I know vitality when I feel it, and I just go for more. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, there's lots of excellent types of mushrooms and hideously damaging ones, kind of like different types of people, you know? But some of those adaptogenic or tonic herb mushrooms that I've used, I felt the well being in my system. So I know they work. They're really good. I use shampoo ginger. It's a plant that actually, you just grab this thing and pop it open and it's shampoo. And it's a beautiful decorative plant too. You didn't know that, right? That living in the tropics, you can just have your own perfect shampoo growing on plants. Shampoo really does grow on trees. I don't know why Arnold said that, but there you go. Oh, yeah, repressing resentment. Yeah, it's hard, Juan. That takes time. You know what would help a lot is to get sovereignty of your life and create boundaries between you and people that continue to do that so you can actually heal. When you know you're safe from the cause of the problem, it gets a lot easier to start letting the stress cycle go and actually heal. You know, it's like, how are you going to heal from something if you're still being bombarded with it? You know, I don't know if that applies to your situation, but, you know, the practice of forgiveness is probably the simplest, most simple, profound type spiritual hack for life. But simple always doesn't mean easy, right? Um, but a person would do well. The reason you forgive is to be free of all negative anchors that drag you down and destroy you from the inside. You know, it's a powerful practice. It keeps you free and it keeps you healthy. But you do have to take practical measures in real life and create boundaries from whatever's abusing or harming you the best you can, or healing is going to be very limited until you can do that. Okay. Yeah. Paul Secco, you could infuse essential oils into the oils you feed your scalp follicles with that literally kill the fungus that causes the dandruff overgrowth. You know, so look into using some disinfecting, high quality, well reviewed brand of essential oils to mix into your scalp treatment oil. And you can do it all at once. Plus, the essential oils will stimulate extra growth anyway. So there you go, my friend. Supplements for late puberty. Well, my bones to breath stack would be really good. It'd help you develop more fully, and it simultaneously protects against a lot of the detriments of society and upgrades your overall fortitude, health, vitality, strength, growing capacity for skeletal muscles, organs, glands, everything. So I'd look into that. It's on the health playlist. Um, Bones to breath, basic vitality booster stack, something along those lines. I don't think I've used that. Little chicky. Dragon's blood. Is that tree? I'm trying to remember now what dragon's blood is. I'm familiar with it. I can't remember if I've used it, but those others don't look familiar to me. Raw milk, if it's from healthy animals that are cared for properly, it's very, very nutritious. It's a very complete whole food. I mean, that's another thing that, like eggs from ducks or chickens that live in environment where they can eat all the natural greens and things they're supposed to, proper fatty acid profile. If the cows or goats or whatever you're getting this milk from were in a healthy environment where they're getting all their nutrition, and you're a person who tends to digest dairy somewhat well, raw milk is such a whole food. Literally, again, the only thing else you would need in your diet is vitamin C. So that could be a huge self-sustainability food. And it has for thousands of years. Not this modern abomination of homogenized, pasteurized white stuff in a container that they call milk, but it's chemically something else. But raw milk, yeah, it's a very, very complete food. It's actually overkill for humans. You can grow a small cow into a large one in a short amount of time on raw milk. So it's excessive calories, but it's complete nutrition other than vitamin C, basically, if the animals are healthy and eating what they should be. As far as fruits that are staples in my vitality, I just kind of, it changes seasonally. I just look at fruit as like, as long as I have some, I'm good, so I kind of bounce around on fruit. One thing that I'm working on getting enough of, I can eat it all year, is goji berries. I have small plants, but I don't have enough total to eat every day. But because it's a strong tonic adaptogenic herb and a fruit, technically, you could say that's one that I would like to eat every day, and I'm working towards it. We're getting there. Hey, Optimus, I wouldn't worry about things from coworkers getting in you from the bathroom per se, but what you're talking about with the hard metals and dust in the space, yeah, I mean, you're constantly being subjected to that. You're probably absorbing some of it. But remember, guys, don't take some defeatist attitude that I'm not going to do a detox because the world's not clean, so there's no point. There's all the more point. If people did basic math, they'd understand, okay, you're now in an extremely toxic age where nobody really gave you the memo, but they decided to just start dumping thousands of chemicals on you. What do you do to compensate? You get really good at full spectrum detoxing. It's all the more important now. This is how you start balancing back the scales and pushing the math in your favor, instead of just taking it until it kills you, where you end up some medical experiment and then it kills you. Got to compensate for the age you're living in. So, like for me, even if I'm not currently doing a full spectrum hardcore detox, I still spend the first hours of the day doing something to detox. Like today, I drank a detoxing green juice. I took a bunch of digestive plant enzymes on an empty stomach, and now I ate a papaya with a bunch of seeds. That's all heavily detox. I do some deep breathing. I do some oil pulling. So I'm cleaning my body, clean the temple. A cleaner temple is a stronger temple and a sharper temple. So the more inundation of things trying to kill you, the more important it is to balance it back out, to build your defense, to build up your fortitude against it, Don't be discouraged, be encouraged. You don't have to just be a statistic like everybody else that this is being done to. You can compensate. It can be done, guys. At least while people are still allowed to buy supplements and herbs, it can be done, even living in a city. I did it for years because I had to. Yeah, I lived on raw meat for 5 years in my early 20s. But it's not so good for your consciousness. My body did fine. I got no parasites from it. Everybody else I recommended to it got full of worms. It's a diet of death, and it's not natural to humans, despite all the propaganda. I did fine physically, but when you give up living a life that is sustained on the suffering and death of other things, it makes room for more of your true consciousness to enter you. That's one way to word it. I got a video on nervous system health. Check it out, OG. Vazant, I think I called it Help for the Nervous System. And look in the info box under it too. It's on the health topics playlist. Kinds of seeds and nuts do I eat and recommend? Oh, a variety. Excuse me. And really any seeds and nuts that are non-GMO and they're organic are good for you, so whatever you like, really. If you're really organizing your diet, look at which fatty acids they have in them and which minerals they're highest in. But all seeds and nuts are really impressive foods for what they offer if you get them in an uncontaminated form. for example, and I have to be careful how I word this, but actual raw almonds, that's very difficult to get. Actual raw almonds have a form of, I think it's actually a form of cyanide. Don't quote me off the top of my head because I might be listing the wrong thing here, but there's something in them that's very, very anti-cancer. I think I can say anti-cancer. I'm not going to say any more, wink, wink. I'll just say there's something in actual raw almonds that is very, very anti-cancer that you could look into that might be interesting. Somebody needed to hear that. If you want to live in a place with more sun and not be destroyed by it, Jack, you need a lot more antioxidants in your body. A high spectrum, a nice spectrum of lots of antioxidants makes your skin not burn and be able to use the sun much better. Everybody still has their limits. Actually, I went over a bit, and my sunblock is toxic. Here's a better alternative. There's a video on this playlist where I got into that a little bit on, not this playlist, the health topics playlist. Why would Yeshua be a false Christ when that's the name of the real person that the Romans murdered and then built in a religion out of and named him something else? That's backwards, my friend. Think about it a little bit. How are the ducks? They're awesome. Lots of awesome, happy ducks. A sweet whole protein source? That's a good question. I'm not sure. You could add a little monk fruit to your protein source, and then it would be sweet. I don't drink coffee. If you want to know my thoughts on how to use vitamin D3, look under, don't ever use it by itself. And I can think of some videos for you to check the info box on, and possibly what I said in the video. Oh, man. And I go over this in frequent live streams. But you need to combine it with high-dose vitamin K2, the only product I know that's actually high-dose. I link it under my connective tissue stack video, under the bones to breath stack video, and several others, really. That product, and you need magnesium, lots of it, internal and external. Because without the K2 and the D3, without the K2 and the magnesium, the D3 will use up what little bit is left of your K2 and your magnesium in your body, which people are already plagued with deficiencies, and you can die when those deficiencies get bad enough. This is why the body calcifies from D3. If you have a lot of K2 and magnesium in your body, you can use much higher doses of D3 safely and actually get extra benefits from it. Look into the connection between those three, my friends. And then vitamin D won't be such a mystery how to use it right and not be hurt by it. But it shouldn't be used by itself. It is dangerous that way. Well, the property basically builds its own soil health over time as trees and plants drop dead leaves and branches and they rot. That just creates more and more of that black silty dirt. We speed up the process by chopping down unnecessary things to get them rotting faster. It's called chop and drop for like earth workers. And yes, we build, different mixes of compost out of scraps and different things that we just pile up too. But you can go into the jungle and just scrape the topsoil off under the canopy and get a lot of that really rich black dirt. You will have to weed it though, because after you put it in, say, a garden box and grow stuff, that jungle canopy is full of seeds of a lot of things. So a lot of stuff's going to sprout up in that perfect dirt, and you got to weed it out later. So that's a little bit about soil. But nature's constantly making better soil. Think about the alchemy of this, guys. The ground here primarily is red clay soil. You put trees in it, right? Or the trees put themselves. They started growing here long ago. And those trees that are digging their roots into that red soil are mixing with oxygen and sunlight and water. So thus, the jungle continuously upgrades itself over time if you don't burn it down to make burgers or something stupid. It's incredible, the alchemy of it. Sometimes just sitting around and observing these things is therapeutic and healing, just to be around it, and not the chatter of insanity. Tip topper, that is possible. I hope you're using a true adaptogen and not ashwagandha. If you're using ashwagandha specifically, this might be a different issue. You might be making your thyroid go too fast, but otherwise, if you're taking a true adaptogen and symptoms are getting worse, most likely it is pushing something towards getting better, and it's addressing issues that your body hasn't been able to address on its own, and you're feeling rough because of it. But I don't quite have enough info on your situation to say much. I just say Yeshua because I like calling him his real name, and I don't like the Roman invented blood sacrifice, destruction to human minds, and false religion. I just like calling him by his actual name and listening to him instead of what the people that killed him say about him. Just fed some papaya to a papaya. Composting. Although our ducks are probably going to eat those scraps. When God found you, that's an interesting take, Garrett. There was never anything about you that God wasn't way more infinitely aware of than you or I are, could be. How could I ever explain all I believe? Well, I explain pieces of it all the time, you know. But this is not a religion or a cult, so you don't get doctrines from me, because doctrines are man-made insanity. Basic truth, man. You want to know God more within your temple? First of all, clean, purify, and fix your temple and stop trashing what God gave you. But also live this way. Love God with all you are, whatever you perceive that to be, to the best of your current ability, and love your neighbor as yourself. In this, you will fulfill all the law and the prophets. So anything anybody else is saying that's adding to or contradicting with that is nonsense. To take advantage of people and not to help them. Is chocolate healthy? Well, the cacao in it's healthy. But chocolate products in society, of course, have to be, damaged with something. So they put sugar and corn syrup and a bunch of nonsense. The cacao part of it's very healthy. The things they add to it are not. Steak, for me, it was a must because I love my family and I'm establishing the future before it's impossible to do so. Yeah, we have chickens too, chickens and ducks. Both really neat animals and friends. How am I supposed to grow all these things to live on in Spain or Greece, my friend? Furthermore, why would I want to live in Spain or Greece? Those are more first world places, more like society. I needed to get away from man's toxicity and foolishness. Humankind is circling the drain as fast and as hard as they can. And in a tropical place, first of all the superpowered herbs I ever wanted to grow needed a tropical environment, almost all of them. And the amounts and the variety of food you can grow here makes it actually pragmatic for a family of, say, 4 with nothing but hand tools and a mind and a heart to create a functional ecosystem with all the foods you need to thrive. Now, I don't know how to do that in a semi-cold climate, to be honest with you. Places like that require machinery and man-made buildings and all these compensations. But what are you going to do when there's no grid and there's no society to even support those things? So to do this right, to me, I need to live somewhere where I can work just with nature and create all the foods and medicines to exist on indefinitely and even thrive on. It's a good question, though. To cure diabetes and IBS, huh? Well, the differences and specialties there are a little bit different, but start on my health topics playlist, master and use the things in the first 3 videos, and then maybe move to the video I made today about insulin sensitivity specifically for the diabetes part of it. But you need to clean your entire temple and rebuild it from the gut lining out. Start with the first 3 videos on the health playlist. If you can master those things, you're going to be at a level of health and vitality other people don't believe in. And then from there, everything else on the playlist will make a lot more sense to you if you want to take it even further. Yeah, I meditate. Yeah. Not really in a formal way, say, but it's always been natural to me to just slip into a flow state and do what I call listening, which usually doesn't involve hearing any words, but perceiving things that come from the great living spirit that's penetrating me in all things. When your ego is not chattering with its supposed beliefs and all the knowledge it thinks it has, you're actually already, as long as you're not holding on to some kind of negativity that's holding you down in darkness, you're actually sitting in an energy field of higher consciousness. And you'll tend to attract to you information based on whatever your interests and purposes in life are, if you're in touch with those things at all. We have quite a few bees around here. Found some natural beehives. And since we moved here in the 3 years we've been developing the property with more types of plants and trees, we've seen a lot more bees show up. There's a lot more bees on our land than there is on other land around here. It's pretty interesting. So definitely when you do your part as a human being to actually take care of this and cultivate this creation like we were made capable of doing, a bunch of other things start to help you do it as well. Because now you're working in harmony with creation and creator instead of some synthetic lie that's working directly against life itself and completely unsustainable. If you think you have cognitive degradation, you could start with a nootropic stack. I still recommend you start with what's at the beginning of my playlist, because to do it right, you overhaul the most central things to human health. But you could jump straight to the brain hack stack if you want to. Start building extra nerves and dendrites. But you need to be using your thinking for something productive while you do that. Same as if you take workout nutrition, you need to actually do the workouts. You know, I mean, you don't have to, but to get a lot more benefits, you do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily count lion's mane as an adaptogenic herb myself. I think it's more of a specific herb, with most of its benefits being for the brain and nerves, you know. Yeah, eye floaters can probably be healed. Sure. Something floating around sounds like a dirty lymph system, basically. They go away. I don't have a protocol. Uh-oh. Did I lose my connection? Can you guys hear me right now? I just got a warning about my connection. Okay, it's okay. We don't refrigerate our eggs usually. If you don't clean them, you don't need to refrigerate them. They last a long time unrefrigerated. So we don't waste the refrigerator space on it. Okay. Being that I got a warning on the connection and it doesn't look that cloudy, I don't know what's going on, guys. It may drop at any time. Somewhere between our satellite and something in space, maybe some other satellite or ET spacecraft or something gets in the way and drops. I don't know. It could happen. We'll just go and see how it goes. Gold's Gym membership, was it worth it? Well, that's entirely up to how well you're going to use it, my friend. Lots of people buy memberships thinking that buying something is going to fix themselves, and it's just a scam, you know. You get roped into some contract, end up looking and feeling the same at the end of the contract. You just lost money. Now, what I could do with Gold's Gym if I didn't get kicked out for lifting too hard, like used to happen to me, Gold's should be okay. They got a lot of great equipment. I'd have the easiest time in the world just having the most awesome anabolic stimulus type workouts if I happen to have a membership to a place like that. But I don't need it because I can rig up all my own exercises. Angles are angles, weight's weight, intensity's intensity. Yeah, that's one way I got kicked out. All the 45 stacked on the leg press, even stacked, people sitting on it, people cheering, too much attention. You're in trouble because somebody's worried his expensive machine's going to get damaged, and I don't blame him for that. But hey, I was having fun. I've been kicked out for various things. Anything creative, by the way, that people haven't seen before, some old lady complains and you get thrown out, you know. I'm the one in here actually using this place, but I got to leave so people can comfortably sit on some leg extension machine and play around on their cell phone and talk about celebrities on TV or whatever. Gyms, man. The earth is my gym at this point. Tip topper. I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like your gallbladder is dealing with some issues, maybe clearing, starting to clear, and you're seeing what shows that bile that's been backed up is starting to pass through and get pushed out of your body. I've seen this before. I cannot guarantee that's what's going on in your case, but I have seen that before. Dial, not really. No, because they achieved the exact opposite. They absolutely countered and destroyed the true gospel, and in such a way that people can't even see it, even though it's obvious. So no, they were inspired by something. I wouldn't call it divine. Life was interesting before the internet. It was amazing, actually. I was there. You met more interesting characters in real life back then, people that were very unique because there wasn't some consensus of minds all reading the same garbage all the time. In the obscure neck of the woods I grew up in, there were some real characters, unique people. Well, marine medicine or, foods, they tend to be dense in nutrients. That's one thought I have. And there's some really powerful, healthy ones. And unfortunately, companies that don't want to pay to get rid of their toxins properly just have boats, giant tankers go out and dump it in the ocean. So it's not guaranteed that your marine food medicine is non-toxic. But as far as the nature of those plants and things, yeah, there's a lot of astounding things in the ocean with vitality and healing properties. Yeah, antidepressants make people more likely to kill themselves. I'm really not sure what the point in pretending there's validity to the beast system. I'm not sure what the point is, I certainly wouldn't do that to myself or anybody I care about. I wouldn't even wish it on those who consider themselves my enemies, even though I disagree. I don't consider myself their enemy. Yeah, way back when I grew the hair, it was more about a consciousness shift and then the healthy oils, keeping the scalp chemistry worthy of hair growth. Now I don't need things like that because I overhauled my health from the inside. So you don't need topical compensations. When your hair and skin is finally really, really healthy, when it's both, generally that's because you've done a good job with your internal health, which is the deeper, better, more longer lasting ideal. But that video about hair regrowth, I was just being honest with people, how I was totally going bald and totally reversed it, and how much of it had to do with consciousness. And it didn't even take, guys, I could come up with way better hair growth stacks. That video was just me explaining what little it really did take, just because I listened to the internal guidance instead of all the voices telling me it couldn't be done. telling me every idea I ever had couldn't be done. That's been life. Some of you know that anything ahead of its time or decent or that threatens to make a positive change, you're going to get lots and lots of resistance. Anybody that ever bettered humanity's lifestyle now basically suffered for it during their life because everybody treated them horrible. And oftentimes they got lynched and murdered in the very worst ways. Only later for people to appreciate their contributions when they calmed down and stopped freaking out about a new idea and actually got with it, you know? That's a little bit of a rant, though. Nice. That's nice to hear, Nightmare. If you run into any issues with that, if you want any troubleshooting on that diet or anything, or ideas that could fill in holes or anything comes up, I'm happy to help. Just drop it on any of the video threads to get my attention. Like, hey, I'm having this challenge or this idea to improve the diet. What do you think? Because I really appreciate that people are, being kind to life this way and helping the planet and the animals. And I definitely want to support you. There's a lot of really foolish, I don't want to say that. There's a lot of people that don't know how to do a vegetarian or a vegan diet in a healthy way. There's a whole lot of that out there. And a lot of them, unfortunately, are very loud as if they have it all figured out. Because ironically, with humans, it's almost like the less they know, the louder they are on certain topics. But anyway, I'm there to help you guys. If any of you switch to a vegetarian or vegan type diet and you have questions, just keep dropping them on the video threads till I answer you, because I really want to be supportive. I can set world records. I can have bigger muscles. I can do anything on a vegan diet. So, I can certainly help troubleshoot. And I'm not saying it's anybody's particular goals, but health and vitality and being kinder to all living things, man, the least I could do is support you with that. I don't use lyric music much anymore because it annoys me. A lot of the lyrics I used to identify with and music I used to like, I totally disagree with now. So I just don't want it on my videos. Music itself has a lot of energy that you can use however you will if it clicks with you. But once I hear the things people are saying, it's like trying to pull my philosophy of life down back towards that level. And if it distracts me at all, I'm like, just shut up, I love your music, but whatever you're whining and griping and condemning about right now, it's not exactly helping me. So I don't really want to put that out there. There's artists that make music I really like that say a lot of things that I used to be able to relate to heavily and live through it, but I don't necessarily condone that, So that's why you hear a lot of stuff without lyrics. I think lyrics kind of confuse the issue. It's really about like, I'm channeling some music here with a certain energy to it for a certain video of a certain thing I'm doing. And I just want to leave it at that, Yeah, private, I get it. That's because you're reading things written by men who say it's God, and it can cause severe damage to your mind and heart. A relationship with God has nothing to do with what religion has come up with. They're very, very different things. Be very careful reading that book. If you ever read it, use your God-given faculties of discernment, and definitely don't believe everything you read. There's a lot of light and dark mixed together, just like there is everywhere else in the world, even though people will tell you for some magical reason it doesn't apply to one book. Just stay grounded with it. It can be used wisely, but that's a feat that very few humans have been able to practice well in thousands of years. So be careful. No, raw food only is not the key to all human health. If you look into Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine, you learn that there are different properties and values for cooking or not cooking various foods for different purposes, for different constitution types and different imbalances of different types of constitutions that people have. So no. Now, can some people thrive on only raw food? Absolutely. But some people in the long term would not do as well as they could on a raw food only diet. I'm not sure about your question there, Tiptoer. I'm not sure about which oils you'd be lowering to also take Tidca or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm having multiple conversations here, so I'm a little unclear on that. Yes, ultra, that's always a challenge, especially in a society that's doing millions of things to make it hard on you. I'm still getting better at being present, and I live in a place where I have the opportunity to immerse myself in situations that are ideal for being present. And I'm getting a lot better at it, and it is very healthy and helpful and healing, but it's still a challenge because I grew up in the rat race of humanity's insanity. It takes some serious, constructive, caring focus over time to retrain yourself. And it's a constant thing, really, slipping in and out of this and that. The human mind or consciousness has a lot of potential dimensions to it. So observe them and choose accordingly, you know? That's part of the mastery. I don't drink fruit smoothies. I eat whole fruit. I tend to be on the insulin resistant side of the spectrum and gain weight easily. So for me, it doesn't really make sense to juice fruits. Even though it's all healthy sugars, I really just don't want to hit my system too fast with it. For other types of constitutions, juicing your fruit can be a good thing, as long as it's a natural, real fruit with its non-GMO natural minerals, vitamins, electrolytes, enzymes, and medicinal properties intact, you know? It is hard to be compassionate in society, but you can always be compassionate to the ones who obviously need it. When you see homeless people, instead of the way you were trained to think of them as, you're a piece of crap, you do drugs, you drink alcohol, that's why you're homeless, all that cruel stuff that's actually haunting you because the same voice is mean to you all the time, realize that nobody wanted to be homeless and feel like they have no place in society and have no honor and no real humanity and just lay there on the street begging. You know, that's a chance to practice some gratitude, some humility, and some kindness without attaching judgment to it, you know? And everybody has that opportunity. Like Yeshua said, you'll always have the poor with you to do kindness to. There are a lot of people that you may want to be kind to, but your kindness is treated like weakness, and then they violate your boundaries and narcissistically manipulate you and make your life worse so you can't even bear fruit. So there's layers of the complexity of this, guys, where it actually requires discernment to determine where to apply this and where to apply it more of like a stern, healthy boundary, or get some distance between you and a situation, get sovereignty over your own life and get other people's tentacles out of it. That's kindness to yourself and to your opportunity to do what you really came for in this life, you know? So there's still discernment. I have learned the hard way for decade after decade just how true the parable or the teaching about pearls before swine. Yeah, I've tested that one to my own detriment over and over and over. It's very real. So discernment of where to use kindness is important so you're not wasting it. It's like throwing seeds on the right soil. You want to throw seeds where they can grow, right? You don't go out and just throw your seeds on hot asphalt to be kind. Here, parking lot, here's some fruit seeds, because it'll just burn them up because it doesn't want them. It's not compatible with that kindness, right? Chi is just one way of measuring a certain form of energy. It's a term for it. It's a real thing if you're looking at it that way. I don't believe in the concept of soulmate. I think it's ridiculous. I think it just gives tarot card flingers and fortune tellers. By the way, I'm not saying everybody in those categories is wrong or bad or anything else, but I think it makes an idea marketable so young people can be taken advantage of it and forever be looking for this magic person that's going to fix all your problems. And what you don't realize is Until you become the source of what a relationship needs, you have no business being in one anyway, because you're just a vampire looking for somebody else to fulfill you. So you're going to consume their joy and resources and bring them down like some grown, helpless, codependent disaster, even if you mean well. Two people who are compatible, you know, who have some attraction to each other, and they both bring an intention to give love and be the source of it, that has sustainability. Nothing else does. This is why all society's books and examples and ideas about relationships are basically garbage, to be honest with you. They're devoid of spiritual truth. Were humans more or less cruel when I was a child? Probably about the same. The differences are, if you look at like the Dark Ages, there weren't a bunch of laws against things, you know, so people would just take their narcissistic abuse to the level of murder on a regular basis, or, you know, flogging, torturing, lynching, all this stuff. So as society pretends to be more civilized and more laws are made against these things, now people just take each other to court and lie and take everything from the other person and leave them homeless. It's not because they've really gotten nicer. It's just because they're more under control of the way these things are done. So I don't know if I sense any real difference at a collective level. There are definitely some people more awake and conscious than what's been happening on this planet for a long time, and that's a good sign. Yeah, that's how hospital, unless I've broken something so bad I need it put in place. Or, you know, if I need a surgery. A skilled surgeon is a great, valuable asset, assuming they're doing honest work. Everything else in that system, I mean, I can't even say what I think, because it would be true, and then I'd be in huge trouble again, as always. I've been in trouble since I was born on this planet. Constantly shamed, guilted, outlawed, and in trouble. What a strange world. Jaw surgery due to underbite? I don't know. If the statistics on that surgery going well, if you're going to recover well and have a good jaw and you have the insurance, sure, take advantage of that and do it. But if it's like iffy, you're going to end up with a more messed up jaw, you know, see, I don't know. I don't know what the outcome statistics are in that surgery. My general advice for young men and anybody of any age or gender is all over this planet, my friend. Just look through some of the videos, and if the title clicks with you, absorb from it what usable value you can. And then watch another video and connect what you can absorb from that and apply. I can't give you one-liners because those are corny and cheesy, and you need a lot more than that. You know, there's so many things working against you. I could say, believe in yourself, buddy, you know, or, you know, like pop you on the shoulder, but I'm not really doing you any favors. So if you really use the videos on this channel where I can take the time to tie some things together better that you can actually apply in your life, I think that's a lot more valuable to you. In fact, I know it is. I'm giving people what I wish somebody would have gave me. Actually, I don't wish that, because somebody needed to be pushed into being this guy, I guess. I'm giving you what it would have been great if somebody on this planet could have gave me. What would have been great if somebody could have gave everybody more of this stuff. So now I guess it's happening. Be the change you want to see, right? Yes, conservation, Lou. The high dose K2 can definitely help with that. It pulls the calcium out of your arteries, heart, brain, pineal gland, all the places it shouldn't be, kidneys, and it starts putting it in the bones where it belongs. So yes, bone density can improve. Make sure to include plenty of magnesium, or it can't work and it can't do its job. Magnesium is the catalyst for 300 plus things in the human body, and that's one of them. And they're all important, and society's completely deficient, and magnesium is awesome. So consume it internally and take it externally. Make magnesium oil. Just Google how to do it. It's not even an oil. It's very simple. Yeah, so you're seeing yellow after large consumption of oils. There's definitely something going on with your gallbladder. There's bile issues. Your gallbladder has been clogged up with stones for a long time, probably. So you don't process oils all that well currently. But the fact that you're seeing that color means at least some of the bile is getting through. So I cannot tell you whether to continue or stop. If you're worried about it, you could at least reduce your dose now. I'd look into getting Piedra to start cleaning out your gallbladder. Piedra, Tudka would be a nice stack. I can't recommend anything. I can't diagnose anything. I can't say nothing. I can just tell you what I have done and what I would do if it were me. That's all I can talk about. Me, me, me. It's me tube. Let's talk about me. I want to talk about you guys, but I have to use myself as a fictional crash test dummy to talk about anything healthy for legal reasons. I missed the one about regrowing tooth and gums. I do recommend oil pulling, though, to get all the deep contaminants out from under the teeth, deep in the gums. I use organic castor oil for it. Look into organic castor oil. Look into the topic of oil pulling for tooth and gum regeneration. And also, high dose K2, high dose magnesium, and D3. The things I stack under some of my health stacks on the health topics playlist. Good for growing bone and connective tissue. When starting a garden, as far as the seeds, just get non-GMO seeds, and if any of them grow, you're good to go. Get it from a company that has pretty good reviews, like their seeds actually grow most of the time. Just make sure it's non-GMO. Other than that, it doesn't really matter which direction it came from. If you get non-GMO seeds and grow, now you have the real thing. And from there, you can use the seeds you grow from the plant, keep producing more, you know. Boy, these are going fast, even with a 90-second delay. Love you too, my friend. Getting out of a toxic friendship, just get out, you know. Try to minimize damage if you can, but get out and get some distance. There's no point in just being dragged down because you don't get to bear the fruit you can in life. Forgive them and wish them well, but create very real boundaries and get out of it. That's my advice. How you're going to do it depends on your situation, you know. Yeah, if you get the algae oil source of omega-3, that sounds good to me. I know I've taken it before. Not only can the pineal gland be calcified, it is calcified on everybody in society, almost the entire planet. There's very few of us with an uncalcified pineal gland, because if you have an uncalcified pineal gland, you can get information directly from the creator and understand things other people can't understand. And you can live outside a matrix that somebody has gone to great effort for thousands and thousands of years to make sure you can't get out of, to put it lightly. Usually by the time a person's 2 or 3 years old, about the time they lose contact with their heart center due to conditioning, you can take an x-ray and see a calcium spot right there on the pineal in the middle of the human brain. Fear causes calcifications, and the most calcifiable tissue in the entire human body is the pineal gland. It's the very first thing to calcify. By the time you've got hardened arteries and heart attacks and brain calcification and all, dementia and all this and that, I mean, you're a million miles down the road of chronic destruction by then, but the earliest thing that calcifies on humans is the pineal gland. So you're really mastering decalcification and consciousness and vitality at a higher level if you actually do manage to uncalcify your pineal gland. And everything will change. That's not a journey that you just accidentally take and don't know it. That's for sure. There's a lot of things that can contribute to decalcifying the pineal gland. One of the biggest ones I have not heard other speakers on this topic get into is the stuff I recommend to people for a lot of things. High dose K2 and magnesium internally and externally. Get it out of the pineal gland and put it in some bone somewhere where it belongs. Then there's a lot of herbs that can assist as well. You can make a huge stack. Maybe I'll go ahead and throw together a pineal detox decalcification stack for the channel, since I'm making these nice little nifty vitality stacks these days. How to turn a breakup into growth? Well, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of things you might glean from it, you know. But really, it kind of depends on more the individual breakup, how it went, and why, what the relationship was like, why it was a relationship to begin with, what caused the breakup, what you're interpreting it to mean currently, you know. So I can't say a lot of details out of that, but anything in life is an opportunity for growth, that's for sure. Okay. Thank you, Lightning. That's on my checklist of things to do. Pineal detox stack. Books and documents online for herbs and vitamins. No, I don't really have any of that. I have precious few books that I even reference these days. Mostly the books I reference now is to learn and recognize and learn to use wild edibles around me in the tropics here. The stuff I know about human biology and supplements and herbs and all this goes way back. It's been 20 plus years ago I learned most of that. How can you maintain determination, stick with the path when you're tired, faced with so many distractions? Compensate even better. We're talking about upgrade stacks today. There was a lot of things I meant to do in life, guys, but in order to get enough energy to live like with the vitality of 10 people put together, so I could actually start counterbalancing the amount of things working against me, started with the things in those stacks physically, and then, you know, consciously, that's a lot harder to explain. How to be able to see things from outside of something they don't see from outside of. But I'll tell you what, cleaning your temple and charging that battery is a really good place to start, because higher consciousness requires higher conductivity of flow of even the circuits in your nervous system to be able to communicate with you. So if you want to understand a little bit, tiny fraction more of, say, the creator's intelligence and be able to apply it, you have to upgrade this circuitry in this temple, so more of that energy can be translated into it. So pretty much everything on the health playlist can help you with that. That's pretty much what I'm building it for. Giving humanity gifts of absolutely incomprehensible value. You can't buy these things. You can spend billions of dollars on being radiated in a tube or having parts cut out of your body and not get any of the things that real vitality allows for, and higher consciousness connections, etc. Those can't be bought. They can't be patented. They can't be sold. They're at a completely higher level than money, you know. So I can't give you guys money. Maybe I can give you something priceless, but can you receive it? That's the bigger challenge on this planet. We are all the limited receivers of infinite goodness from the true creator, not all the false creators people have in the way of the true creator. Parasite and heavy metal detoxing can be very exhausting physically, yes. You're probably experiencing the strong detox symptoms of being ill from the amount of junk in your body. Now, if someone does my full spectrum detox, including the coffee enemas, the best part, you can go through all this and probably still have really high energy and feel great, because you get all the toxins out much faster and you stimulate your liver to speed up all its processes. And the liver is a workaholic and wears the most hats in the body and affects every other organ and gland. So the best part of my detox protocols is the coffee enemas that nobody wants to do. Understandably, I resisted it for years myself, even though I knew better. But that's how I can do extreme detoxing and feel awesome and have high energy and not be slowed down by it, just so you know. Now, if you are doing the coffee detox and you're still feeling exhausted, trust me, you are saving your own life right now. You're removing so much hideous stuff from your body. You had to do it. Thank God you are. Yep. And like Earth Roots Healing said, you need binders to get the toxins out. Especially if you're not doing the coffee enemas, you really need binders to get the toxins out, or the detox could become dangerous. It's called a Herxheimer reaction, where you get so ill you die from detoxing too fast, from too many things. Things that have been trapped in cellulite, fat, organs, glands, tissues, joints, tendons, all kinds of weird places, bones, they start coming out. If too many of them get in your bloodstream at the same time, you now have effectively a huge load of poison floating through your body, hurting you. This is why having the strongest, fastest exit channels open, coffee enemas. And if you're unwilling to do that, at least plenty of binders like activated charcoal, bentonite clay, diatomaceous earth, or all of the above. Those things will soak up the poison in your gut at least, instead of letting it soak back into your body and your bloodstream. Because how good is this? If you're breaking toxins out of your lymphatic system and organs, bones, and all these things, it's going through your liver's flushing it, and then it's sitting in your gut and getting reabsorbed back into your body. A certain percentage of all these toxins you're doing the work to break loose, you're just taking them back in. This is why the coffee enema is the king of detox methods, and good binders is a close second. You need at least one, okay, to do a detox right, if you're doing a serious detox, and it sounds like you are. I can't even tell you where I learned coffee enemas from, because the person that invented the protocol and what it cures was killed for that. And anybody that cures what he cured gets killed for it, or you arrested and dragged away and you never see him again. And every channel I've mentioned it on, I get canceled for. So there's certain things you're just not allowed to talk about in the beast system. But you could Google it and figure it out, probably. Yeah, of course there's a chance. Firax, those supplements fill in some gaps that can help with bone growth, but I mean, the right plethora of nutrients and the right timing, the right mindset, circumstances, of course it's possible. Yeah. Nice. Thank you. Lighting devotion. I'm glad you tried it. Now you know. It's not such a big weird thing. It's just a bit of science, and it's an amazing hack. For poor eyesight, you need to clean your whole body and regenerate your liver, therefore, and kidneys. And then there's lots of herbs and non-GMO fruits with natural medicine in them that are really good for eyesight. I probably need to do an eyesight stack, but what? In the meantime, go ahead and check out my video about improving your eyesight. Dropped it like a week or two ago. It's on the health topics playlist. Some people, sometimes the projection somebody puts on me can bother me. Sure, I can be irritated, but for the most part, no. It's just a normal part of life, and it's kind of impossible for people not to do that. So it kind of depends on the projection. If it's something hideous that causes me a whole bunch of problems, it's pretty hard not to be irritated by that. Hypoglycemic. Wow. Interesting, Simon. Well, I guarantee you the magnesium is very good for you. Hypoglycemic. That's interesting. I tend to go the other way, so how to get a little more blood sugar. I mean, you could just eat more healthy fruit throughout the day or something simple like that, but it sounds like it's just sometimes you do something healthy and it highlights the next area to work on in your system, Hypoglycemic. I wonder how your thyroid's working. That's a little bit complicated, and I don't want to speculate just right here off the top of my head. I'm 46 years old. That's what they tell me. I crashed on this planet 46 years ago. Somebody gave me a birth certificate, I guess. No, aside from Yeshua, I don't think I really have another favorite historical character. I haven't spent any time thinking about it, though. No, I mean, there's various people I respect in history, but I don't really have a favorite. That can be a healthy practice. If it connects with you, Yovika 9805, yeah. Don't overdo the sun part, but within reason. I think it can be healthy for your consciousness too. I think there's some of the benefits of that are not fully explained in modern humanity. No, not all of these supplements are synthetically made in a lab. The type of magnesium I use, which I link under the videos related to it, is a very natural magnesium salt, basically. It's too bitter for most people to stomach, so they prefer the lab-made, tastier varieties. But there's magnesium actually comes in a huge variety of forms, and there's all these silly arguments about which is best. So you do your own research, make a decision you're comfortable with. I linked what I use both internally and externally, so I just keep it simple and use the real thing, the basic earth deposit magnesium stuff with some trace minerals in it as well. Yeah, people often cite that I say things that certain Buddhist teachers or yogis from India. So there's people that teach principles, I guess, related to Hinduism and Buddhism that have shared some of the same insights I do. I didn't get it from their religion or from their system or from their teachings, but there are certain things you access if you ever figure out what it's like to be still and listen to creation. There's certain things that just become somewhat evident, so you could be from different sides of the world, speak different languages and never hear of each other and end up coming to some of the same awarenesses, if you know how to silence the busy programmed human mind and allow something more organic and more unconditioned and timeless seep through into your awareness. Are we all hypothyroid and sleep apneic? Oh man, if you grind your teeth in your sleep, check out my How to Sleep Like a Dog video if you haven't. It's a good video with some real useful stuff about sleep and how it affects life and some things to help you sleep. But what I've observed, because I've observed some people grind their teeth in their sleep, I don't happen to be a tooth grinder, but I do often clench my jaw really hard. Like in my sleep, a lot of times I'm flexing my jaw due to stressful dreams, or maybe it's habit at this point. I don't know what it is. But I think people that grind their teeth, there's a huge amount of underlying anxiety in your philosophy of life. And if you could rewrite your philosophy of life into something more life-affirming instead of destructive and hopeless at a deep level, I think eventually that would correct itself and your body wouldn't be programmed with so many thoughts of fear and stress every day that it's naturally just grinding away at itself when it's sleeping. Histamine allergy? Histamine. Now, don't quote me for sure here, but I feel like there's certain amino acids. I know there's going to be a bunch of things, certain herbs and other things, but for some reason, I think there's even certain amino acids that you can use to help balance against a histamine dominance or something like that. But also Google which herbs help with that condition. There's some herbs and supplements that can make it less severe, maybe even make it go away. But also any allergy indicates that you have a leaky gut, which is, almost anybody who's ever taken antibiotics has a leaky gut because they never repaired their gut lining afterwards, because nobody told you to, because nobody cares. But leaky gut is prevalent in all of society. And allergies are things that got through your leaky gut and got into your body undigested in a form they should not be in. So they go around causing damage. So digestive enzyme therapy plus the things I put on my gut healing video. Really, again, the first 3 videos on the health topics playlist. That I used to have severe allergies and now I have none because I repaired my gut lining. And then my immune system was able to rebalance and figure out what it's supposed to do when I cleaned all the toxins out of the body and healed the gut lining. Allergies go away when your body's working right. You took my advice on how to sleep like a dog and it's working really well. That's awesome, Andrew. Glad to hear it. There's precious few gifts in life better than really good sleep. I say that as someone who's suffered severe lack of sleep many times and had a lot of painful experiences because of it. Good sleep is so precious. I'm glad you're benefiting. I'm glad you took me up on that. Healing receding gums with natural aid, especially after periodontal cleaning with a dentist prescribed antibiotics, mouthwash. Yeah, I would say natural. I would do my morning oil pull with organic castor oil. And after the oil pulling, I'd probably swish something around in my mouth with like a little bit of pink Himalayan salt or another real salt in a mouthwash. I'd swish that around in there for a while. Maybe Earth Roots could chime in if Earth Roots knows anything about gum regeneration. Since I can't look things up right now, I'm not going to try to. There you go. Someone referenced you, someone to look at for dealing with histamine. Yeah, that happened. Tails, as well as free energy. These things have been around for a long time, as well as cures to things you're told can't be cured. So you have to watch your family members be harvested piece by piece in a medical facility and radiated to death. I can't really talk about it, but there's been a lot of solutions to great things that people have been killed for every time they prove it. That's very real, and it's been going on for a long time. Welcome to the real ball game, you know? That's the way things are done here on Earth for thousands of years now. More thousands than anybody wants to believe. I don't drink any coffee while doing a detox, if you're asking me. I use coffee only for coffee enemas. I don't drink coffee. Okay. Thanks, Earth Roots. I guess I nailed it on the gums regeneration. Boom. I don't worry about people's theories about that stuff, really, Anthony. But I mean, the thing you sent me that you wrote shows you've done more research on a lot of that stuff than I have, ultimately. And I found what I've read so far, I found super interesting. So, whether it's worthwhile or not, it's like, well, if you enjoy a theory, if it's mentally stimulating, if it changes your approach to life in any positive way, then I'd say it's valuable. But some people are like yourself, really good at researching and putting together a lot of information to at least show people the information that is out there that nobody's going to really collect for themselves, Basically, I just ask myself, does this theory contribute to a better philosophy of life that makes me more healthy in some way, mind, body, and spirit? Because if I'm more healthy in some way, I'm more effective at life, And the answer won't always be the same for everybody, because some people are going to prefer a different theory and they're going to like it so much they don't want to question it, So it gets a little complicated, but I'm not really familiar with that theory, so I can't say what I think about it. How to not get killed. That's pretty vague. Yeah, I have regrets in life, sure. Who doesn't? But I don't feed the feeling of regret because that's destructive. It'll just make you worse. But if something triggers regret in me, I look at it, I cringe, and I become all the more clear on just how much I'm not going to do that again, or make that mistake again, or play into that again, or whatever it was, believe a certain thing again. If it's regrettable, I just become all the more clear on how that's not me and it's not ever going to be again. I just use it. If it's cringy, I'm going to use it to do the opposite. I'm going to do something great from what I learned through that thing that was regrettable. A few hours? That's all it took you, Anthony? Wow. That's impressive. You must be a good researcher. Yeah, but lemon juice doesn't stimulate the liver to do what it does. There's lots of ways to clean your guts, but there's not a lot of ways to stimulate your liver, at least not to the degree a coffee enema does. It is the king that way. Seattle. I do believe I've been there. Yeah, I think so. Long time ago. I grew up in Northern California, south of you. Similar. It would rain for 6 months, big redwood trees. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you, Yannick. Some people say that. I don't notice anything extreme like that. I just noticed I was more clear. Oh, like everything I said in the video, those were my observations. But I think a lot of people build a religion out of a thing, and then there's all sorts of self-condemnation waiting for them when they fall off the pedestal they put themselves on. I think you're dealing with your own shadow draining you. I think anytime you attach so much meaning to something that it's like the meaning of life, there's this big backlash when you fail or make a mistake or whatever, Me, I didn't attach any of that to it. I was just observing what without like I didn't even care a whole lot if I achieved anything from that retention time or whatever. I just thought, well, I'm doing it anyway. Let me observe and see if I notice anything. But I'm a married guy, so it's not like it's some long-term, Jedi thing I'm trying to do. It's just I happen to have a time frame there where it was pragmatic to observe that, so I did, It's probably some of both, Chad. I think the holistic approach to life is the real one. It's the only thing that really puts you in connection to an understanding of what's real and what creation is. So for a long-term path of growth of why we even exist, that's the more important thing. But when you're born into a technological information age, I mean, ironically, I live on limited electricity, off-grid, working with the earth, but I actually use the information age a lot better than the vast majority of people do. So there is an ideal way to do both, for sure. No, the sicker arrow L Shadud, the sicker your body is, the more parasites, the more toxins, the more nanotech, the more metals, the more chemicals are in it, the more easily it's going to be for those negative entities to affect you worse. Just like the worse your mindset, any negative thoughts, any trauma, any negative experience, including having a dumpster of a horrible disease-filled body, makes it much easier for negative entities to get control of your life. A shining, radiant temple of vitality, more in the likeness of the creator, means you can tune into higher vibrations instead of lower. It really is that simple. Bathroom break, guys. 2 minutes or less. Oh, okay. Yeah, I air quoted Garrett pretty much for that reason. I mean, you can take the ignorant, superstitious, self-destructive, keep the world in darkness view, or you can just take the pragmatic, practical view. A sin is just a mistake to be corrected, to learn from. It's just doing something that works against life in abundance in some way, rather than doing something that works for life in abundance in some way, you know? How do I improve my smell? Deep cellular detox to the whole body. I don't remember the last time I even remembered what deodorant was or that it even existed. Haven't needed it ever since I did the 2-year deep detox protocol and maintenance detox since. No more smell of death leaking out of me anywhere. That's basically what it is. Makes people smell bad. Death, decaying cells, little bits of corpse. It's basically what it is. Thoughts on overtraining? Well, there's a yin and a yang to things, and if your yin, which people know nothing about in the modern world, is higher, that'll support you in having higher yang, so you can do a lot more without overtraining. So basically, all the things on my health topics playlist here, if a person uses them well, good luck overtraining. Like until I started taking a rest day on Saturdays like this. I did like what most people consider excessive physical training every single day for years, and it never drained me. So once your battery's up to a certain point, at that point, you're not really experiencing what most people call overtraining, where like your nervous system is weakened and then your immune system drops and then you get sick or you feel bad or you can't recover or you can't regenerate. What overtraining would be for me now is like if I literally just kept doing something until I like wore out a tendon and it snapped because I just didn't stop for days or something. So that's a whole different thing than what people are calling overtraining. Overtraining is just where you exceed your current recovery battery, and your overall vitality is what limits you there. Yeah, I don't do urine therapy or recommend it. It's just not my thing. A perfect person? Well, I guess Yeshua would be a perfect person. A person that is so fully aligned with the Creator, there's no separation. Wouldn't make your life easy, obviously. Make you exceptional. Wouldn't make people understand you. Wouldn't make people ready for you, per se. Yeshua ben Yosef, a perfect person. Not necessarily. Badge sin. I wouldn't say that necessarily if you smell good, you're necessarily completely healthy, although generally those things would be correlated, yes. I would say that if you do a good job deep cleaning yourself, you will smell better, okay? That's a sure thing. For tendons of steel, just subject them to challenges at different angles and consume the things in my connective tissue stack and apply it topically in the areas you really challenge. That's what I would recommend for tendons of more indestructible nature. Huh. He didn't feed him fish and bread, Nicholas. That's a lie. It's a lie mistranslation. There was no fish. And why would you have fish sitting out on a sunny day in baskets you're giving to people anyway? That would be disturbing. The Romans made that up. They changed it later. There's even research that proves that. I know everybody's told that the 900 different versions of this book the Romans invented is somehow infallible. But that nonsense rumor didn't even get made up till 100 years ago. Why anybody wants to blindly believe something counter all logic and all evidence to the contrary, that's how you know the power of brainwashing and what a cult can do to you. It's very real. Yeah, honestly, I was dealing that this week, Andrew. After that 100 rep squat thing I did, I didn't get as much done this week. I could barely touch my legs. It hurt walking, it hurt climbing, it hurt standing up, it hurt sitting down. Super DOMS. How do I deal with it? I don't know. I just tough it out. I've had DOMS so severe so many times in my life. I just work around it the best I can. You can do some active recovery things. Sometimes light work in super sore muscles can reduce the soreness level, like maybe riding a bike or hiking or something could burn out some of that soreness in your legs when they're that sore, for example. Yeah, that's true. Steak. It's been going on for a long time and it's true, but there's many things that calcify the pineal gland. That's just one people happen to figure out. I'd have to look up the old text again to see what it was. They changed the fish. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. I don't want to misquote it. I've seen the older writings. I don't know if he turned water into wine, maybe, he might have done that for the sake of the wedding. Just because you don't drink wine yourself doesn't mean you're going to go around telling others they can't do it, So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. He might have done a different miracle, and the Romans they love wine so much they had to put it everywhere in the Bible when they made the Bible. So I'm not fully sure on that. Yeah, well, the ego will justify itself and believe whatever it wants to. And when you've been trained with misinformation to see things that way your whole life, that's what you're going to believe. Benka lived all these things. I don't just subscribe to whatever I have to test things for myself. That's the only way to be honest with life the way I see it. And everybody thinks God wants them to do whatever they're doing. They just make God in whatever image suits their own ego. That's why the God people believe in is ridiculous on this planet. There's no divinity in it. It's just different versions of man projecting God in his own image of his ego. That said, it's not practical for most of the people on Earth to stop eating animal products right now. There's a lot of practicalities. You can't just say, everybody go vegan or you suck. You know, that's totally ridiculous. Why would you take finasteride or minoxidil and destroy your endocrine system over the hair on your head? Why would you destroy your balls and parts of your brains and other glands and organs just to maybe have some temporary fake toxic hair sprout out of your head? When there's a million better ways to do it in nature, that's what I think. And I know people don't know about any of the natural medicine on the earth. You've all been kept separated from it on purpose. But yeah, even if you didn't know about it, why would you destroy more important systems of your body to maybe have some temporary hairs on your head due to doing something toxic and self-destructive that makes somebody corrupt richer? So those are my thoughts. You could do some research and figure that out for yourself, my friend, if you're interested. I don't have the time to do all the world's research, to be honest. We live in an information age and we need more good researchers. If you care about something, you should dig for it. To do the work by hand of 10 men, I don't have any, in the land for me, guys. I had a lot of time in my 20s when I was trapped in life to do a lot of research, and I did. And it's recorded in me, and it still comes to use all the time. Stuff that people think they're discovering now. I mean, people will say, look what so-and-so discovered, this new thing. And I'm like, no. I tried to tell people about that 20, 25 years ago. It's not new. You're just having it marketed to you like it's a new discovery now. No, that's not my job, Nicholas. There's people that have channels on that are deconstructing it really well. I live the principles Yeshua taught. I'm not here to argue with an infinite line of crusty old men with tons of money about how their forefathers, destroyed the teachings of Yeshua with the religion they created. There's already people deconstructing it a lot better than me that have the time to show you all the proof and all the research. I don't have time to be Santa Claus and do everything for everybody. I mean, the truth is I've had to admit that I need some support, rather than pretending I can just be an endless supply of all things. I'll do my best, but I can point you in the right direction. But any of these rabbit holes take serious, dedicated research to show all the proofs and stuff. Hopefully I'm inspiring some people to do that, because I can point you to amazing rabbit holes of truth, but I can't walk everybody through thousands of hours of each one and do thousands of countless hours of upgrades on the land and take care of my neighbors and be with my family. I don't have a clone machine to just print out a whole bunch of copies of myself. Not that I would. I met my wife on Match.com. No, Chad, that person needs to take the full spectrum detox and really use it and do it longer than the next person, because they have one more serious thing working against them in a society where people already have countless things working against human DNA and its potential. Surya, I would get a download. I'd be showed how something works inside me directly from the creator. And I would go do random, seemingly Google searches. And whatever my fingers were guided to type in, I would always end up finding the exact research papers that show all the things I was just shown. So I would call it divinely guided research. Countless hours of it. Must have been thousands and thousands of hours of it. As far as strengthening the inside of the body, vacuums are really good for your inside the rib cage muscles, and organ massage and getting everything held in a better place. You look at some people and you can see their intestines hanging way out past their belt, drooping down towards the ground, towards their kneecaps. Vacuums, people. Pull it up and in, keep it up in there where it goes. No, I'm not maxed out yet, John Lon. No way. Several steps further than even I think, but not even close. Until I can walk through walls and, appear where you are when you need something and then translocate and do whatever else. Nope, not even close. I'm just a lot of steps further than what's currently going on the planet. Ooh, that's a good question, Virgil. It's what we need to do to become whole beings, to become holistic and fully functional, and have a figure eight of infinite potential working in us. That's when the heart center and the mind center are now balanced. As far as steps, my Open Your Heart Center video the other day is the most I've tried to explain the best I can in words so far about that. But I'm sure there will be more, because that's a very, very important thing that is so invisible to humanity. It's hard to even find words to even get them to understand what you're even trying to talk about. But I do pray and meditate, and there will be more on that. Johnny Jungle. All right. I can roll with that. Yeah, so think about it, Nicholas. If someone tells you that natural healers have used a certain protocol to do amazing things that are considered impossible, and then you find all kinds of FDA or whatever warnings against it, what does that tell you? There's a very clear pattern here. Should you be afraid when you're told to? And who's telling you that? And how many times do they have to be caught eating babies alive or doing other Nephilim evil spirit rituals before people stop listening to them and repent and go a completely different direction from all the foul and false things they've been told to depend on and do thus far? You know the answer. It's in your heart center. It's your mind that's skeptical because it's been programmed and trained to be a good little soldier and go along with it. We've all had that done to us, and it's no joke. Yes, I do, Surya, if that's your true intention. Yes. Do your best not to have assumptions. Relax and start from zero. Creative source that I come from, I just want to know you more. Keep it simple like that, and then just do it and relax and see what happens. And then do your best to honor what happens. Do not go into it with preconceived ideas, which is almost impossible, because you've had your mind programmed with all kinds of philosophies about what God and creation supposedly is already. But do your best to understand that you're communicating with something infinite and unconditioned. Therefore, how and what it will share with you cannot be predicted. And it'll have to do with you and who you really are. That only that infinite creative source actually fully knows. Not even you do. Not even close. That's a lot to be, but if you can try to understand what I'm saying there, take it easy and relax and do your best to honor what you get. And trust that it's right for you at the time you're getting it. Much love in Portugal. Both. WD. That's why I put it in my video, how to sleep like a dog, and some other things that are helpful in the video and the info box. There's things in the earth watching humans, but there's been all sorts of video games and movies and different ideas of stuff. Most of it's just the human imagination doing what it likes to do. But there's bits of truth in some of it. Jeez. Yeah. Oh, castor oil, it's so dangerous, even topically, huh? Zero truth in that, but okay, whatever. It is laughable. Willump and Friends. That's a good detox in and of itself. It really is. It's a really good 1-2 punch. As far as diet, you want your diet clean, so you're not putting contaminants in at the same time you're trying to take them out. So the more organic, the better. So you want to aim for organic, non-GMO diet, whatever that is, and do your best to keep it within reasonable, simple food combinations. So that way you're making digestion easy, because digestion takes an incredible amount of energy from the human body. The more you can reduce that energy wastage and make it simple and easy, the more energy your body has to put into that detox that it's doing. It goes along with the same principle as to why the body heals and fixes things while it's fasting, because it's not taking in things that it has to waste energy digesting. So it'll start converting more and more energy into repair and detoxification processes. So that same principle applies to while you're doing a detox. You want your diet simple and non-toxic and clean, so it's complementary. It's how well you can apply those principles that'll help with the detox. Well, sure, it's possible. YAX creation. I mean, the world's been changed by all sorts of negative entities. So in and of itself, of course, change is possible. Change is just doing something different. Of course. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I wouldn't be. I would use topical castor oil, Nicholas. I would in that situation. No doubt about it. Are you serious? Agus Puig? Are you naturally strong? Were you close before? That's very interesting. You might be trolling me with that one, but maybe it's true. Well, okay. Babu Boish. What you've seen with religion is people blindly trusting in what they're told is God, which isn't. So that's madness. And you can see that it causes infinite problems. And if you've ever been in religion, i.e. a massive mind cult, you've had a lot of damage done to your nervous system by the way it's designed to program you. But if you're looking at it from the outside, there's false teachers and fools in both areas. So blind faith in some random God somebody made up in their own image is terrible. What faith is for me, I have very strong faith because I've had real experiences of the real creator running through me and running through life, which doesn't necessarily correlate to religion well at all. So that's what I have faith in. Blind faith is just that. It's blind. And this world's full of people telling you what you have to blindly believe in or else. And that's not good news. That's people being taken advantage of and corralled around with fear and misled and hurt, ultimately. No, I don't eat fish. Vegetarian. A lot of the time I eat vegan, but I do eat duck and chicken eggs sometimes from our own happy pets. I would think so, trans. Dimensional, yeah. I've included comfrey. It's the thing about it, why it's a little weird topically for hair loss. It makes a very gooey, gel-like sort of substance when you grind it up. So I don't include it in my normal hair growth tincture thing, but I do think it'll help. Whatever that particular substance is in comfrey, I forgot the name right now, that causes cell division. Some of that's going to get into your hair follicles and cause them to cell divide faster and build hair faster and better. So yes, I do believe it'll help. During a cold, if I wanted to beat it fast, garlic and onions are great. Oregano oil is great. High dose liposomal vitamin C is great. And taking a bunch of full spectrum plant-based digestive enzymes on an empty stomach, digestive enzymes will go in there and eat up, break down and dissolve and eat the germs like proteins. So those are all things that you could use to help get over a cold much faster without taking antibiotics and completely destroying your gut biome and opening yourself up for a never-ending downward spiral of health problems from then on, which is what the antibiotics pathway takes you right into, the pharmacopoeia monster. How do I consume my pea protein? Just mix it in a little water and drink it. Sometimes I'll mix it in food, certain foods, and eat it that way. I've stared at the moon for a long time. I've never stared at the sun for a long time. It's just a good way to damage your eyesight. Our brains like digestive systems? No, not really. Your brain's like a ball of fat with nerves running through it. But everything's wired together in the body, and there's an astounding amount of correlation to havoc going on in people's gut and how much it damages their brain function. Yeah, I mean, the benefits of higher altitude is more oxygen carrying capacity. But that's a multifaceted question. Is it to your advantage to be living there when the grid falls and there's no shopping anymore and you're on some snowy mountain with nothing to ever eat again? No. So it kind of depends on the context of your question. Mr. How To. That's good. I can disguise critical information in goofy Arnold humor, and everybody wins, right? You got to start driving. All right. Drive well, my friend Nicholas. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. How to increase punching power? Increase the antagonistic muscles, rear delts, and upper back. Practice shadow punching with like dumbbells in your hands until those muscles get really sore. Do that a bunch of times. When you increase the opposing muscles, your body's intelligence will allow you to throw harder punches from the front muscles because it's not as scared of injury. That's a big old hack secret right there. $1 million or more given out for free. I don't know anything about Krishna as a teacher, really, you know. I can't talk on the issue. It's hard to say. Prejudice, but because almost all of humans in society have severely bad gut health and just don't even know that, it's really wise to just assume that you could use a complete overhaul and rebuild. I've never heard of anybody that did that didn't benefit drastically. Not anybody telling the truth, not some AI thing lying to you and trying to talk you out of every single health practice possible. Real humans that I know in real life, all good. Serious upgrades to their life. We don't actually homeschool. What we do is online schooling. Look for an online school for your kids. It's a really great thing, you know. Wasn't really around when I was young. I wish it was. what I would have given to have online schooling and all the extra hours in the day. I could have been doing something better instead of learning how to be a prisoner, learning how to sit in jail and be bored and be picked on by a bunch of narcissistic, weird kids. Yeah, man, it would have been great. So homeschool, I think, is a lot harder. You're basically a full-time teacher at home. Online schooling is very versatile and really amazing. So I know all online schools are going to be different. We've done 2 different ones. They were both better than any other option. And one of them is better than the other. So anyway, I would recommend seriously to anybody with kids, if you want to just send them out there to some weird system where you don't know what's going to be done to them before the day is over, online schooling, check into it seriously. Yeah, nobody talks about it, Eero. And you got all of these big bench pressers that get injured picking up a sock because they're so muscularly imbalanced. They have zero functional capacity in the real world. Opposing muscles, if anything, it's wisdom to train them even harder than the ones that you're trying to use stronger. But people would have to have a holistic understanding of how the body works, and people just don't when it comes to fitness or any other category of life, Super overlooked, massively important hack. It's allowed me to do things with strength that people don't believe, which has been problematic. But anyway, I know what I can lift, and that's good enough for me. Whatever I want. Yeah, man, I gave all my facial structure development hacks in that video, nutritionally and consciously. So, I could make up stuff, but I'm not going to do that, And I would say that, getting a mouthpiece, say, and spending large amounts of time biting it as hard as possible, that helps with jaw development too. That's something I could add to what I put in that video. My kids work out with me sometimes, yeah. Usually when they do a workout, I'm more like coaching it, We're not doing it together. I'm kind of giving them pointers. And there's certain workouts they can just do on their own. Like yesterday, I was like, guys, you're due for some delts. Do your lateral raises. Do at least 3 good sets. I got to go out and do some work. And I just left it on them and they did it, I don't make them work out all the time or anything, but a little bit. Some real bang for your buck exercises, pull-ups, some squats, some weighted lunges, sprinting, some stuff that's going to pay off well in life, regardless of what you do. Push-ups, pulling, pushing, functional stuff mostly. Yes, plants are far superior to meat for health on all levels. There's a zillion-dollar industry programming you to believe otherwise. And when you live in a society controlled by narratives that you've already been programmed with, and they get to say what's important on TV and social media and everything else, if you don't realize that you're in a world of deception and start teaching yourself to red pill, and penetrate, you're never going to figure out otherwise. And you're always going to be controlled by the narratives of the most twisted people with the most money. But yeah, plants are medicine. Every non-GMO organic plant has medicinal components that do medicinal things in the human body. Now, why is it that originally the medical system supposedly attributed Hippocrates? He said, let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. Not a single thing about the disaster of witchcraft that is called the medical system uses any actual medicine as food or food as medicine. They're completely the opposite. Every single plant food in its natural form has medicinal things that benefit the organs and the glands in your body. Dead animals and processed foods have zero medicine. So you're in an artificial system living on death and fake and counterfeit to life. And everybody's supposed to think that all these diseases they have are just normal. Do what you're told and be harvested accordingly. Everything I'm looking at out here is vibrant medicine. I'm not allowed to tell you that real medicine cures diseases. but I'm allowed to live on real medicine right in front of you, and be an example of what I believe in and experience as truth. Circumcision, it's a belief system. It may or may not pay off physically. If someone's able to do that to a baby without traumatizing them with pain, then I don't care either way, to be honest with you. If the baby got traumatized, which does sometimes happen, that's pretty awful. The genital mutilation is one of our first ways of welcoming you here to planet insanity. But other than that, minor details of difference for the rest of your life, sure, who cares? I don't make too much of it. I've been through much worse than circumcision, so, to me, that's just one more thing that, yeah, it's unnecessary and it's a little weird, but you can't challenge people because they think there's a God who wants to hurt people if they didn't mutilate their genitals for him or something, so I can't argue with crazy because crazy can't be reasoned with. The truth is, the real creator, if you were supposed to be circumcised, you would have just been born that way. That's the real creator, not any of these fakers in between you and the real creator manipulating you. Oh, we'll show more about the garden and stuff. I can't really do it in live streams per se because I'm protecting this laptop from sudden rain showers that could murder it. But yeah, as time goes on, and more so on Earth Roots, our other channel, Earth Roots Healing, there will be more sections of the garden and things we're growing. In fact, my wife and I recorded a video today that'll probably be released over there tomorrow or the next day. But yeah, there's going to be, the catalog will continue to grow on these things. I like to take rather than just browse around and go, oh yeah, that's bell peppers, that's tomatoes, that's gotu kola, that's, I like to take like one plant or one tree and sit there and like discuss some of the important, powerful things about it to give you a real appreciation, maybe discuss some of the ways I use it creatively or some ideas I have for it, something like that. But yes, more and more will be happening. I think you'll see more of that stuff on Earth Roots overall, the other channel, Earth Roots Healing YouTube channel. Well, did that really happen, Babu? Or did somebody perceive it that way? Or did somebody just think that's what's best for the people? So they told him God told them to do it. I mean, you've been around humans, right? And you see how they are. You see how if a president wants to bomb somebody, he says he's doing God's work when he bombs somebody. Men weren't any different back then, So what a lot of people call God has nothing to do with the ultimate creator of things. And I definitely differentiate because what a lot of people call God is hideous and horrible. It's like a collection of the worst human traits. I'm sorry, but that's just not God. I mean, if you make that your God, fine, that's your choice. But it isn't divine, and it isn't all powerful, and it isn't omni anything. So I'm not going to do what you say your crazy man-made God tells me to do because it's destructive. It's destructive to me, and it's destructive to others if I go along with it. And the real creator put something in my heart that guides me much better than that. And I'm not going to be divorced for it. So I'll just shed blood all over the world and say that some blood sacrifice God wants me to do it or any of the other insanity that goes on, So clearly I'm pretty red-pilled. I'm clear-pilled, man. I'm clear past pills. They don't even have pills for me anymore. I'm glad to hear that, Eero. Shadood. I mean, that one is like something I'm doing my best to learn from the creator as I'm being taught, It's something largely invisible to humanity, but if you felt it, that's a really good sign, I'm honored to be talking to you guys. You guys are a super special collection of human beings. There was nothing like this the last time I tried. I mean, all these things were just mocked, or worse yet, I was attacked for not very long ago. So this is very interesting. It must be God's timing or something like that, for lack of better terms. You guys humble me, especially you guys who donate. Like, I feel humbled, seriously. But for everybody, I just appreciate your interest in these things and the fact that you're willing to apply any of these things to your own lives and maybe others. That's bringing light into a world that desperately is in the dark, That's what we need to do. Biologically, Jack, there's really no difference. At a physical level, a precious little difference. Life is a prayer to me. Everything's a prayer. I heard a voice one time when I was hurting and Ask Rance say, pray ceaselessly. So I was like, yeah, I've heard that in the Bible, right? Pray ceaselessly or whatever. So I kind of tried it. And then after a while, that other thing that speaks to me at a deeper level told me the truth. Don't you understand that that's what you've always been doing? All your thoughts and all your feelings. Not all your thoughts, by the way, are yours. You don't have to agree with everything that passes through your head. But your existence, your consciousness, that is your communication with the Infinite One. It is a prayer already. Men tricked you into thinking that you have to murder some animal that you have to pay some rich guy for so we can do a disgusting blood sacrifice and then burn something, and then supposedly God now gives a crap about whatever you're yammering on about. That's all complete nonsense and basically evil, if you think about it. Yeshua had an absolute tantrum that got him killed over stuff like that because it's intolerably disgusting. The truth is there's no thought or feeling you can have that God isn't experiencing because you're having it. So with that in mind, with that kind of mindfulness, what do you start doing with your thoughts and feelings when you finally truly accept what I just tried to explain and understand it to be true? You understand that everything you're doing is your prayer. Okay? Everything you're doing and thinking and entertaining and feeling. That's what's real, guys. And you know it in your heart center. Yes, an artist. Well, whatever art is truly natural and true to yourself, yes, it's coming from that. Anna, Mike, Metri. But remember, negative entities love to interfere with free will. So this takes discernment. This is why it's hard for a human to ever, well, other than Yeshua, I don't think any human has been able to be creative without their creation being somewhat not fully accurately in alignment with the creator. To what degree it varies, but that's because positive entities will not interfere with our process unless we ask for help. They want to help. It's good for them to help us, but they don't interfere. Negative entities, that's all they do. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Humanity is under forms of, you might say, unfair interference that I don't want to talk about too much because people already feel defeated and have a hopeless attitude, and that's not what you need. But anyway, how that ties to art, I don't know. That's what you got out of me with that one. The breath of life, God's name. I can see that interpretation, sure. Like the shirt? Yeah, it's a nice color, huh? Goes with, well, you can't see the sky anymore. I was color-coded with the sky, kind of, for a while there. There is no the one. There isn't this other person that you get to vampire your pleasure out of in life. When you're actually ready to settle down, it'll be when you have become a source of love. And you're looking to match and resonate with someone else who is also being the source of love. Then the two can become one and make something greater than three, greater than more, greater than whatever. If you think there's going to be this person that's going to fulfill you, you're going to vampire somebody else for what you haven't become the source of yourself. And that might as well just be a business contract where you guys are getting your lawyers preemptively ready to strike each other and take from each other when it doesn't work out. And that's how most relationships are done. They aren't about love. They're about selfishness, unfortunately, and people try to fulfill themselves using another human being. Humans are not drugs. Humans are not food. Humans are not commodities. Humans are not products, even though they unfortunately have been tricked into living like products. But any human being who you're attracted to, who is able to be a source of love to you, and you're a source of love to them, that relationship has the power to build and grow and become something tremendous. Anything less than that, I don't even recommend it, to be honest with you. What's up, my friend? Tomato?
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Homegrown tomato. You like them?
Yeah.
Me too. You're making me hungry. What do I think of musicians? Well, I've been a musician. Music's incredible. There's a lot of people out there that call themselves musicians that aren't. They're just some kind of, I don't know, Illuminati wannabe sellout kind of thing that makes noise and gets hyped for it. But true musicians are tuning into a part of the nature of the creator. I was so sick I was almost dead one time for 7 days. And I was in two worlds at the same time. And there was music being shared with me to uplift me. It was obvious. The sounds, there were notes and chords I've never heard in this world. I don't think you can hear them with human ears. And they were so rich and so beautiful and powerful. And I was seeing out into space, and I was seeing how these chords were actually holding alignments of things together in the galaxy. And I was talking. I didn't even know I was talking. I was so sick. I was saying all kinds of things that I thought made sense and didn't realize did not translate to this world. I wish I had that on recording so I could try to decode it now. But it was amazing. Is Malmsteen are you talking about that Scandinavian guy that's like a superhero on a guitar? Well, it's hard to say. Akash. The human ego is tricky. A lot of times we project. A lot of times we don't understand that our very, very young conditioning that we were not really consciously aware to analyze is affecting our relationships and triggering us into fear a lot. So use the root principle. If you're thinking of leaving or, making a big decision, try to dig to the root of what's propelling the decision. And if it's really accurately based on love for everybody involved, even if the other person's not going to perceive it that way, if you're accurate in your analysis, that would be the best decision. If it's rooted in a fear, though, something's triggering a fear, making life decisions based on fears never works out in anybody's best interest. I know the world has sold you fear since you were born. Religion, government, TV, media, social groups, everything tells you, oh, fear is important. You need to be afraid. It's the only thing keeping you alive. Wrong. I don't need to be afraid of a bus to not walk in front of it. A little bit of basic caution and common sense. In fact, people that are more afraid of walking in front of things are more likely to panic and actually get in front of something they shouldn't, because you're kind of asking for the experience when you dwell on it to some degree or another. So hopefully that helps. It's just false, Evan. That's just paganism. There's a lot of false gods in the Bible and other holy books that people don't seem to understand are just caveman paganism that they're still going along with to this day. Why does it also say there's a God in the Bible that abhors bloodshed? Why do we have completely contradictory gods in the same book and try to pretend it's the same thing? Why is it that asking questions gets you in big trouble with religious people immediately? So I'm not allowed to use any of my God-given heart and feelings or God-given intelligence to be in these cults. That should tell us a lot right there. And it does tell us a lot if we're willing to see it. That's good. That's a move in a good direction. Algiotier. I try to say these things I can't say. I just can't help myself. This life, not really. Tendencies that played into being a musician also play into my tendency, for example, to see the beauty and harmony in nature. A lot of people look out there and they go, oh, no, it's just a bunch of weeds and vines. I don't see any fast food. I don't see any hot chicks. I don't see any, name your poison. I don't see a liquor store. I don't see a comfortable couch. Ugh, just make a parking lot, build a shopping mall there. And I look out there and I see nothing but incredible higher intelligence operating levels of harmony and untapped capacity that I live in a world of a species that's just blind to it. It's a symphony out there of life and beauty. And real music is that too, living energy. So I say there's parts of the right brain that have definitely been instrumental in the visionary part of creating this life. Less the technical part, more the visionary part. And I categorize the artistic part of me as coming from that side. So yes. Not sure, VD. Depends what the smelliness is really coming from. It very much could be. Yeah. Likely, it's not a good sign. You're from Ladakh. Is that a Scandinavian place? Great mountain ranges? Garhwal. That sounds Nordic to me, maybe. No, not. I have not. I have not been there. My DNA's been there. A lot of it comes from there, but not me. Sounds awesome though. I remember I don't know if you're talking about Scandinavia. A long time ago I read some book about somebody's adventures there and what those mountains were really like. Mountains and fjords and stuff, and incredible landscape. Just uniquely incredible and impressive. Special group of people too, for sure. It's the right remedy against it, Lex, yes. Because if you can't get truth directly from the living source you come from, you're always accepting something that's an alternative to it that comes from something lower. And then your mind's left to analyze between different lines of whatever and try to pick and choose and fight about it with others. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty much tired about that closed loop echo chamber of misery that humanity's been stuck in forever, because it's not going anywhere. It always leads to the same place. Canada in the house, fist bump. Buds in 19. Sun exposure will cure it fast. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably tolerant, blah, blah, blah. I mean, possible to grow taller in some sense or fashion after the growth plates are closed. I mean, there's stretching, there's possible cartilage thickening, and you could go to Russia and have your femur cut in half and have braces put on it and have them separated a millimeter every day for a long time, cause the bones to reach for each other until you're like 4 inches taller when they let it grow together. If you're rich and hardcore and want to do something like that. I mean, so when you say, is it possible? Of course it's possible. Am I the master on all the methods? No, because it's not something I try to do. I did gain like an inch and a height of an inch and a half of height since my 30s, but I honestly think it's just because of cartilage healing. I think I've just regenerated cartilage closer to my true potential, and it was pretty worn down and beat down for a while there. So I don't think it's like my growth plates reopened. But if you think about all the discs in your back, if they each gained a few millimeters of height by getting juicier and healthier and better, you'd be significantly taller without your growth plates reopening, right? So yes, it's possible by different means. Try to break down a day with my family. Well, there's a lot of variation, but a day when we get to stay home, I get up and be cleaning, doing some oil pulling, maybe skin brushing, deep breathing, stuff like that. Right now I'm doing enzyme therapy. My wife will do some cleaning things. We're up first. We get up early. She'll start, collecting foods and herbs to make like our green drink for the day. I might go out and do some work on the jungle, like some food forest work, or I might work in the garden boxes, or I might build something. I might work on some vehicles or something I need to do, or on a building. I might work on the driveway. I might go out and do some work. I might work on the house, something that needs done. And then come back in when I'm good and sweaty and hot. Cool down for a while, hang out with the kids because they'll be up by then. Maybe they go out and do some chop and drop, or they take care of the ducks and the chickens. So I've got one son who's really good with the ducks and chickens. You saw him here with the tomato a while ago, my older son. He'll go out early in the day, feed the chickens, feed the ducks. He'll also do that late in the day. And he'll check for eggs, babies, things that are going on, stuff like that. My younger son he'll figure out the weather report for the day and a bunch of other stuff. So I come back in from doing like early day work, change out of my hot, sweaty clothes, put some stuff on just to hang out in the house and cool down, rehydrate. Maybe I take some herbs. Maybe I eat some fruit. If I'm doing a workout, I got the hiccups from all those papaya seeds. So excuse me, guys, 9 million hiccups. If I'm doing like a workout that day, I might do it at that point. I might go back out and do my workout. Sometimes I might do one later in the day. Kind of depends. It kind of depends on what the work is I'm trying to do that day. Like if I have a lot of work to do far from the house, I'll probably slam out a workout first thing in the day and then head out later and just get to work and stick with it and try to get a lot done that day. Clear a path in the jungle, plant a bunch of trees, whatever I'm doing way out there. This is on a day when we get to stay home and I don't have to run errands, But there's a lot of different things that are kind of timed different that you do around here. Planting things, starting things, sprouting things. I tend to do a lot of the taking down trees that need to be taken down to make room for other trees or to let more sunlight in. I do a lot of landscaping stuff. Like I've kind of flattened sections of ground with no more than a shovel. I dug a decent sized duck pond with no more than a shovel. Piling rocks in various places for landscaping, grunt work like that. I do stuff like that. So trying to think of what are more normal daily activities around here. Checking on things, like how's the purple corn doing over here? How's the goji berries? Do we have goji berries on this plant? So I can get some of the berries and start them in other locations. Going out to food trees that we haven't checked on in a while because they'll be covered in vines and junk and I have to clear them off so they can stay healthy. Checking on small trees I haven't checked that I will be lucky to find if I turn my back on them too long because the jungle will cover them so fiercely. You're lucky to find smaller trees if you don't keep track of them. So I try to always jam a tall stick in the ground where I have a small tree so I can relocate it later and get all the weeds tore off, stuff like that. Sometimes I make a YouTube video, sometimes those are kind of the normal things, most of the normal daily stuff on the property here. Sometimes we explore. We just go out and explore and spot things we didn't spot before, herbs or food trees that may be lying dormant, but my wife is so good with leaf types she memorizes leaf types. She'd be like, oh, that's a, like, what was it she just found? She's found so many things. The other day up the hill, she found gooseberry. So now I'm clearing it off. I'm clearing all the non-necessary trees around it so it can produce. What was it? She found another thing down here. I'm going to get some fruits off and sprout one of these days, but it's a lot of stuff. What?
You said it right.
I know, but what's the one you found down?
It's a gooseberry.
The other one down there, Natalie. Down.
Who's down there?
You found it yesterday and you were telling me when it produces enough, whatever those fruits are. And I'm like, yeah, tell me so I can
Alma.
pick them.
No, wait. Aki.
Aki or whatever it is. Aki, acai, I guess maybe they say it. Yeah, she found one of those. She's got a really good eye for herbs. So if we go for a walk with my wife and, I can clear a path through the jungle, which is incredibly dense and challenging, really. It takes a lot of work to actually build a path. I don't like it. I don't mind though. I like that kind of work, but she'll walk through there and spot things. And I'm like, well, I'm glad you told me before I cut that tree down. I didn't know that's what it was, So she's kind of the eyes that way. I'm a little better at Spanish, but I'm not. I'm not any good at Spanish. I picked up quite a few words, but I don't have the grammar. And I don't understand how to back into sentences and put all your words in a totally different order. I mean, I managed to communicate with local vendors and, people at stores a little bit, basics. I get by, but I don't know Spanish. I've just memorized quite a few words. That's all. That's far from knowing Spanish. But when somebody tries to speak Spanish in this family, it's me. I'm the one that finds a way to use hand signals and a couple basic words to kind of convey a point. I'm pretty good at it, We bought all our vehicles here, which was way overpriced. I didn't know that headed here. I might have done it different. But when you're in a place with a limited supply, for a job before I went off grid, I've had many different jobs and professions. I've worn a lot of hats and done a lot of different things, to be honest. And some of those skills I use here, so it's good. Like, for example, welding, construction. Those are things I use here. Not a lot of welding here so far, but some. Even athletic. I've been a pro athlete. I'm not really going to talk about it, but the other day somebody's like, why do you waste time working out when you should just be working on the land? And it's like, listen, nobody ever took on this much land by hand, ever. Not this kind of land. The only reason I can even do it is because I'm a one-of-a-kind physical specimen. So for me, in my unique life and the way I've been guided to be and do in true authenticity, it works great for me. I'm not telling other people to have world record stamina and strength in order to try to work the land, but it definitely plays into my methods of how I do it, how much I can do. IT engineer. I remind you of your mother. Well, transitioning to vegetarian. I mean, if your whole family's on board, you could start out replacing meat with things like eggs and dairy. If that feeling of eating something heavy and animal is what everybody's addicted to, kind of depends on the family. But I would just draw on a notebook piece of paper. Here's my essential nutrients. Here's the foods I'm going to meet them with. Now I'm going to construct my diet out of that and start thinking about meals that this family will actually eat, and try to keep it simple that way. But feel free to be creative, because in the plant kingdom, there's countless more foods that nobody's even thinking about or using. The room for like entrepreneurial creativity in plant-based eating, the space for that is much broader and wider than anybody has yet realized. And you can take that to the creativity bank. I'm not going to do it. I'm not a cook or a recipe guy. but I can point you that direction. It's literally endless, the creativity people could be tapping into there. Yeah, I've experienced a lot of gnosis and astral projection. But I find those things to have very little practical value for what people need right now to know to start helping themselves in this life, in this earth, in the situation they're in. So I don't talk about it a lot because I'm not here to bamboozle and woozle people with amazing stories. I'm okay with an amazing story here and there, but really I'm here to just give people value because they need it. And it seems like people are actually ready to start red pilling themselves out of the stupor and doing something to take sovereignty in their own lives. And that is what is needed. Do I miss my homies? Nah. My family is my homies. Some of you guys are my homies. Blood flow to the head? Well, I just work on full body blood flow. I mean, it's the same circulatory system everywhere. Look into capsaicin, the best circulation component in really hot red peppers. Garlic and onion's good. Vitamin K2, along with magnesium. High dose K2 and magnesium will unplaque your arteries and open up your flow. And then you got vasodilators in nature that you could add to that after you clean it out. Just open everything up. And then it'll make it through your neck to your head. Good chance the pinch point is in your neck somewhere. Because if you think about it, that's the bottleneck between the body and the head. So you could do tissue massages in your neck muscles and upper back muscles, jaw muscles, but I would do all that other stuff too to increase full body circulation. That's just me. I can't tell anybody else what to do, nor do I want to. H. pylori, yeah. Yeah, I've had it before, really bad, long time ago. I had ulcers from it and all kinds of fun. The solution is the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist. Those are the solution to that and countless other things. But that's how I fixed that one, because I suffered from it badly. No, I don't condition my hair. I do have I don't know if this counts, but I have a self-made hair and scalp syrup, elixir. I don't know what to call it. It's a water base, but I juice some Hixia Wu leaves and some stinging nettle leaves. What else do I put in it? I always have those 2, and then sometimes I'll add in a third ingredient. Oh yeah, gotu kola. That's the other prominent ingredient. And I juice that and I strain it and I mix it in with clean water. And then I add some peppermint essential oil. And I just take like a paintbrush, literally, dip it in that, and I paint it onto my scalp till I can feel my scalp get wet from it. I don't do it every day, but I do it most days, and it's really good and healthy for my hair follicles. And it doesn't do anything bad to my hair, but I don't condition my hair, no. Living in a somewhat damp environment, my hair seems decently happy. It was never happy in a dry place, I know that. I had to like put oil on it, or it would just be like it'd be like angry it was so dry. But here I don't really feel any need to do that. Punched your TV, huh? That's one way to do it. Well, if you had family members that rejected God and you're trying to ease them into the idea, well, there's no guarantee that you're going to convince anybody of anything, and that's just life. But I would say the best path is to be what you believe in. And if you succeed in being it, it'll stand out in a way that certain people will actually be curious what makes you this light into the world. And then you can actually have their ear, so to speak, you know? But this thing that people do in the world where they go around trying to make the other person believe the right thing is basically a mental disease. And it's never going to work, and it doesn't work now, and it never did work. And this proves to you that humans are divorced from the heart center and everybody lives in the head. For those of you thinking about that topic, the fact that humanity is all about what you believe and who can convince you to believe what about life. Now, why is that? This is why I tell people your root philosophy of life is paramount to your health, vitality, and ever finding your purpose here. And you need to recreate it for yourself because you've been programmed with root philosophies of life that put you in someone else's control for life. That's why there's so much bickering over what people believe. And everybody's trained to believe that the meaning of life is what you believe. You know what you believe actually is? It's just an electrical signal somewhere in your brain. That's what you believe. It's what you do with your life that's really going to matter. That's what you're going to review when all illusions are stripped away. That's what's going to matter. It's who you are. It's what you're being and doing. Beliefs are just surrendering to some certain electrical pattern in your brain somewhere. Why is everybody so adamant about programming that? Because a world that lives in their head, their lives are completely controlled, cradle to grave, in predictable, statistical ways by those who pull all the strings, by handing out what everybody gets to believe and has to believe. Yeah. I've been learning that the hard way since I could talk, escaping real hard. And it doesn't stop, you know. If you pick up your cross, so to speak, to actually help people, it's, you know, you're just going against the current everywhere in society, in the beast system. And the people right next to you will hurt you to enforce their own slavery because they don't know any better. How do you practically act when you don't feel like doing what is right? Well, if you're sure it's the right thing and it's just one of those things, I get in this situation and I do make myself do it usually. I put things on a scale and I say, is it really the right thing for me to do in this situation? And I go, yeah, because no, you know, it needs to be done and I'm the one that can do it. And I really don't want to. It's not what I want to do. I've been in that situation a lot lately, actually, with the kind of help I'm giving to my neighbors whose lives have taken a horrible hit. And I just look at how bad it is for them and they don't have somebody else to help them with certain things. And I'm like, as much as I don't want to do some of these things, it is the right thing. So I'm going to make myself do it. And I may complain a little on my own time. I don't complain to them because I would never want to make them feel bad for accepting my help for what they desperately need. I would never want to do that to them. So sometimes I vent on my own, how frustrating it is for me to be stuck doing things that are things I hate doing, that are so awkward, that involve a lot of, well, anyway, I'm not even going to get into it. As for your question, I just make myself do it if that's the way I weigh it out. And I end up feeling really thankful that I did. Because if I don't, and I know that I walked away from doing the right thing due to selfish ego nonsense, I'm going to feel smaller and darker and weaker and sicker and crappier. So what you do unto others, you're doing to yourself some way or another, you know? Yes. Pure butter ghee for cooking. That's basically butter or ghee are the only things that get cooked on around here. No, I'm not David Wilcock. I'm sad that he got shot, but, you know, and I like the guy a lot. Do I fully agree with every single thing he ever said? No, but he was on to a lot of stuff, and he was a really interesting, neat person. But no, I'm certainly not him. And my content is not geared to be the same thing. I'm here to help you guys deal with the reality you're in right now, starting today, because that leads to other things. Rather than pointing out and name dropping a bunch of far out information on how the world's done, I would rather just give you a lot of practical things to help yourselves compensate and overcome it. And that way I don't have to name drop and get myself in so much trouble, do I? Butter is not bad because baby cows have to die. No. If somebody is making butter in a way that causes baby cows to have to die, they're really, really horrible at dairy farming. Poetry? It's awesome. Sometimes I couldn't help but write some poetry. But I mean, poetry to me is almost, it's kind of just like a self-therapy because anybody else can make whatever out of it, you know? Yeah, it's a subconscious control thing, Yannick. You're doing it to yourself. But you don't know most of the dimensions of yourself. So you don't realize programming the parts of your mind that are remaining subconscious currently, it still controls your life, even if it's not something you're consciously aware of. Discipline. Akashya. Here's the thing, short-term pleasures, like we all enjoy those sort of. But I am somebody who always prioritize the long term. I mean, I was planning this when I was 3 years old in a certain way. So what I would tell you as an encouragement is there are certain things in life that come much slower, but they also leave much slower. And all the easy come things, they're also easy go. And one day those aren't even fun anymore, and then you have nothing because you've invested nothing in the bigger picture, you know? So delayed gratification doesn't have to, that might be my catchphrase here. Delayed gratification doesn't have to be delayed. I was always very gratified to see what I'm creating in the future. And I do that to this day. If you have the vision to look into the future and to cultivate wisely, you can start feeling great gratification about it right now. Not everything's about a sweet taste or some physical release or something you can do instantly. There are other types of gratification. And if you can embrace them and visualize well into that future, part of you starts living there now, and it's all the more motivating for what it is you're building for that future. I suppose that's a visionary tactic. The motivation part. The other part's discipline. You know, you do have to have the consistency and long-term follow-through to manifest certain things in life. There's no other way. And in this crackerjack, disposable, throwaway society everybody's been trained into, that's the farthest kind of thing from anything you've been trained to think like. Those that have been dominating the world in darkness for thousands and thousands of years, they love to use long-term planning. They're all about it. And in order to have no competition so they can keep pretending they're a separate, better species than the rest of you, they've made sure that your so-called education system and the way society works has all of you completely distracted and unable to focus on anything that takes long-term to build. That's because very powerful things are built over the long term, much more than the short term. Just an analysis of it for what it is. Oh, your country won't allow the PayPal link? Well, tell you what, my friend, if you really want to give something to me, just give it to somebody who really needs it. If you really want to give based on this principle, you'll see them soon enough. They're probably closer than you think. And giving to someone in need is just as good as giving to me. Like Yeshua said, whatever you've done to the least of these, you've done unto me. Okay? So doing good for your fellow human being, it's all part of the same great one, you know? So it's just as good there as here. Probably more meant to be that way. I appreciate you. I appreciate the intention. Thank you very much. No. Oh, yeah. Shifu. When I read the title, I said no, because I've never even heard of that, but I do that. It turns out that's another one of these mystical practices that I just do. I didn't know it had a name and came from some cultural background, but yes, I do that on a somewhat regular basis. And it's really cool. I always get some creative insight and I wake up excited to go do it. It's like a creative inspiration always comes to me when I reach that state. Lay down, hold still, don't sleep. But I get still and relax for a while and some amazing stuff hits me. I don't do it often, but when I do, I always get something good for it. That's really interesting. My heart is in prayer for you, my friend. Have a good run. May it be so. Yes. Well said, Dawood 6724. What do I know about astral projection? Well, it certainly changes your life. I've been both more lucid than I can possibly be in this body, outside of it, and less lucid. There's different states of it. There's different levels of it. And there's entirely different experiences from it because consciousness is so incredibly malleable and plasticious in other non-physical realms. Nothing works the same as it does here. Those are a few things I know from astral projecting. I know that you can speak with higher consciousness and actually learn things. I learned something one time in an astral projection that probably saved my life because I was told about a health condition I didn't know I had up until that point. I would not recommend that, William. If you can't get a high dose of K2, keep the D3 dose much lower. Okay? I mean, I can't tell anybody what to do, but that's how I would handle that. No, I can't astral project anytime I want. No. I can almost guarantee that if I go back to sleep a second time in the morning, there's a more than 50% chance I will find myself in a state where I can astral project. When I get almost back to sleep, or I wake up the second time, or I lay there and let my body fall asleep, but I don't quite fall asleep completely consciously, I can almost do it at will at that point. But I seldom sleep in, so I haven't done much. The last time I did that was, I think, a month ago, and I didn't go very far. I just sat up out of my body long enough to do it, and then I was like, okay, I'm good. Then I got back into my body and woke up and went about my day. Having more vivid dreams is a sign that you're starting to thin the separation between the veils of this realm, the next one, and the one after that. Because of where your intention of consciousness is going, you're becoming more aware of things that don't just occur here in the physical. No, I'm not religious because religions are man-made cults and they get in the way of a better, more authentic relationship with the infinite source. Not against if you are religious, by the way, but I got to be honest. Religion caused a lot more damage to me than it did help, and it distanced me from God and allowed a lot of demons or fallen Nephilims or whatever they actually are into my life. It had exactly the opposite purpose of what it's supposed to serve, supposedly, according to the men who profit from it ever since the Roman Empire invented that particular religion. It might Ramsey Salvare, but I don't think so. I don't think one's aura is limited by such things. I think you should do what's in alignment with your inner self as far as hair goes. Hardest part of being a father. The hardest part. For me, it's how much I love him and how much this world could hurt him. There were huge sacrifices I had to make to personal goals due to the timing when my kids came along, and that was really hard too. It's not anymore. And then somewhere on that list was realizing if I'd have woke up and started healing myself long before I had kids, if I'd have cared enough about me, instead of just gaslighting myself as worthless and hurting myself worse, I would have been a lot more prepared to be a better father. Instead of having to go through the healing while they're already alive, so I already watch how they pick up some of my self-destructive habits before I was able to heal from them myself, So those are some things to seriously consider. One of them involves hindsight. How much money to save? No, because most people can't live as cheap and efficient as me, not even close. So whatever I would estimate, you would need more than what my estimate would be. And you got to know where you're going to go and have some idea how you're going to support yourself when you get there, and some backup options, some idea about the culture, the government, the cost of living. You have to. My estimate wouldn't have pertained to you because nobody does life like me, not even close. And I wouldn't even recommend somebody try. So no, I don't have an estimate for that. Yeah, I've been addicted to plenty of things, my friend. Plenty. These days, all my addictions are positive, but I've been addicted to negative things before, for sure. Badly. I think that's very, very... In fact, I've never seen anybody in my life that wasn't addicted to something that wasn't good for them. I think that's the human experience. It's just that there's the ones everybody will pick on you for, and then there's all the terrible ones like gluttony that your society and your religion says is a good thing, which is actually killing you faster than most of the ones you're nagging other people for. Ugh. Yeah, some people are more naturally night owls. It's normal. If you can get a life schedule that works with you on that, good for you. Nothing wrong with it. Somebody needs to do the night shift. Somebody needs to watch the camp at all hours, We should not all be lemmings and walk around and sleep and do all the same stuff at the same time like little pixels on some video game. So I don't personally see any problem with it in and of itself. I used to be a totally nocturnal person, basically. And now I'm a get up really early and go to bed early, farmer's hours kind of a guy. Something about geographically changing the type of realm of the earth I live in totally changed my sleep cycle naturally, for what that's worth. Tips on heartbreak. Guys, I talk more on the other channel about where I actually live and some of the practicalities of that. And if you're someone who maybe would end up moving to the same place at some point, I recommend you sub over there and ask some questions about it. I'd rather talk about it over there. Earth Roots Healing YouTube channel. I could use some allies here, not, it kind of depends. But I need to have some conversations with some people about that, some of the practical realities of that. Yeah, you're my homie, Logan, if you want to be. I don't know how much I eat in a day as far as calories. I never count it. I just kind of adjust my patterns looking in a mirror once in a while. But I don't eat as much as other people my size, I'll tell you that much. A cleaner temple is a much more efficient temple. You don't have to shove as much food abuse in it in horrible combinations to try to force feed more calories into your mass monster. If you really clean it well, everything works better. Food, supplements, medicine, everything works better because your cells are cleaner and your cell walls are more functional doors for letting nutrients in and getting waste out. Yes, it is. Luger, morph. Yeah, that's safe. Yes. I mean, you might get poked by the nettles. Be careful picking them. But even that's not really harmful for you. It's actually good for you. It's just a little unpleasant. Bloodroot to remove a mole. Some people say it's painful. I never thought it was, although there is some discomfort. When I did 100 of them at once, it was a mistake. If you're doing 1 or 2 at a time, I think it's minor, maybe a little itchy, maybe a little swollen, the area. When it's ready to come out, if it's totally detached, it'll practically fall out on its own. If it's still holding on, you can dig it out with a toothpick, which I've done. And it's more creepy looking. It's more creepy looking than anything. It's going to leave a hole. Okay. So you might want to have some healthy oils and, a Band-Aid or something to put on that hole to help it fill in with less of a scar or something like that. It's kind of gross. It's a little bit gross to look at. Okay. But if you're not psychologically super easy to rattle, I think you'll be able to handle it pretty easy. Synergistic with nature in really cold climates? Well, to some limited degree, sure. Can you sprout enough fur to live in those cold places naturally as an animal? No, it's not natural to you. But to whatever degree, synergy should always be aimed for with whatever environment a person is in. The other channel is called Earth Roots Healing YouTube channel. Top blood building foods? Well, one of them, probably the best single one I know of, is stinging nettle. Here in the tropics, the plants are so big they actually leak something that looks like blood when you cut into them. And it's a known blood builder big time. And it's a blood cleaner and a lymphatic cleaner. That's my top single food because it literally just builds your blood with everything it needs to be built. Well, you can check out my food combinations video. I'm not the ultimate expert because it's a largely unknown science that's been suppressed and hidden. And it's hard to find anybody or anything to even back me up on it. But I share what of it I do know on that video. Some basic parameters that if you can use them, stick with them, you do your body a big favor and it works better. Chickens or ducks for future homestead? Okay, good question. It depends on what kind of land, really. Ducks are very water oriented, so they're going to need a river or a pond or even some homemade swimming pools that are not polluted with toxins or something to fill that hole in their life. If you don't really have that, definitely go with chickens. Chickens are more manageable for most people. That's why most people use chickens. If you have land that has wild edibles for ducks to graze on and has some water, a water supply they can easily get to, now ducks is an option. And I can't really say there's a better option. The duck egg is bigger, has more calories in it, but I would say the ducks don't lay as many eggs as fast. So I would say overall, all things being considered, generally chickens are a better choice for most people. And that's why you see throughout known history, humans have kept chickens with them because they work well. Depends on the carb source. If it's just fruit, 30 minutes is enough. But if you're waiting after eating a carb source to eat a protein fat meal, depends on the carb source, you know? Like whole oatmeal, whole oats or something's going to digest a lot slower than white rice, you know? Like you got to Google the carb source to get a good estimate on how long it takes to digest. Not all carbs are the same, guys. What is the food source? And how long does it take to digest? To cure psoriasis and eczema, you need to deep clean the body. You have leaky gut. You have all the problems of society. So the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist, you need to clean out the body deep to a cellular level. You need to repair the gut lining, populate the gut with healthy gut biome, and then you won't have those problems anymore. Right now, your lymphatic system is so full of toxicity. Your whole body's full of it and overwhelmed, and it's pushing it clear to the surface to try to push it out through your skin. Medical will give you some stupid drug to chase it back inside of you, but that just pushes the same toxins back into a system that's already overloaded. How smart is that? It's anti-smart, you know? So deep cleansing, deep cellular detox and rebuilding of the gut lining, proper gut flora. First 3 videos on my health topics playlist. That's the real solution for that and countless other things that you're headed towards with a body that toxic. And you're not alone. It's very common. Magnesium, oil, and water. Interesting. I don't know. When I take that magnesium chloride, I actually scoop a little bit on like a teaspoon, a good size scoop, and just kind of crunch it up and swallow it. It's really better, obviously. I can get away with that much without getting the runs from it because I want to absorb it, not just flush it through. If I take like a big tablespoon, things might get a bit fast going through me and I might lose some. So it's kind of a what amount can you absorb internally? With magnesium, you kind of have a limit that way. And that's why, I recommend taking it both ways. Also, there's been these tests done that show that people that say only take internal magnesium versus people that take only external magnesium, when they check the different tissues at different depths of their body, they found that people using the topical magnesium had higher concentrations at the top layer and the outer layers of their physical form, whereas the people taking it only internally had more internally and less towards the outer layers of their body. So to me, simple solution, take it both ways and let it meet in the middle. Saturate all your tissues with magnesium. As far as whether you can consume that, because it doesn't say it's food grade or whatever, I don't care. It's the natural elemental stuff. That's why I take it. To me, it's the realest and the best form. So when people say, isn't all magnesium made in a lab? Not the kind I take, But I tell people, take what's best for you, what you believe in taking, because it's better than nothing. But I understand people's fear that the bag doesn't say it's okay to do because the FDA doesn't want you doing it or whatever. The effing devil association says not to, so I do it, and it works great for me. So that's about all I can say on that, probably. I don't know. I don't really palm my eyes or whatever. I mean, it's not something I know much about. I do it on my own instinctively sometimes, and I certainly don't worry about it. But I don't have some protocol. Yeah, I researched where I was going to move and figured it out before I did it. I didn't, because traveling, what are you going to get? Like a tourist impression? Oh, I bought a hat in some store and I saw a zoo, and I mean, what do you really learn, You get the tourist side of things. It's not the same as really being there. So I formed my plan and we made our decision, and we've been making it work ever since and getting better and better at it. How do you manage to get enough protein? It's easy. I mean, pick the amount of grams you want to get in a day. Make sure you consume that many. People apparently have this weird misconception that you need to eat a bunch of different forms of whole protein or something. But what's wrong with eating one form of whole protein to get enough? If it's complete protein, it's complete protein. And you're not confusing your body with a bunch of different things that can't digest together anyway. So you're actually digesting it better. People have been really, because of the marketing hype about protein, people have a bunch of weird, like, how will I ever get enough? You're already eating too much, probably, and you're not absorbing half of it because your body's in a, disastrous state. But one complete form of protein for a day more than does it. Just control the amount of grams you take in. Yeah, that would be good. Anakikia, if somebody did that. There's probably a few out there. They're just few and far between because humans don't know there is such a thing or it matters. So it's kind of hard to sell a book when everybody's going to tell you you're wrong and that's all nonsense. Intrusive thoughts, dismiss them, reject them, don't own them. Nope, you're not welcome here. I don't believe you. Resist evil consistently, and eventually it'll starve and it'll flee from you because it can't penetrate you with that thought, upset you, and feed off your leaked energy anymore. It's an energy vampire. They're all around us, fallen things on this earth. Yeah, I think that's a good protocol, Marco. I would expect results from that for sure. I don't know anything about that, Nicholas. Never done any exercises for that. Well, there's cases where they save lives, Tom, because they don't know of a better option. So in that case, the term straight up bad doesn't apply. It's all relative. There's situations where these things save a life, but they do have negative consequences, all of them. And there's things in nature that don't, that have positive side effects instead of negative. In fact, there's so many of them, they're countless. Until, people continue to finish off the entire rainforest just to have more cows, to eat more burgers, to get sicker, to not have medicine to treat it with anymore, as is the plight of humanity currently. Yeah, you can make pizza without gluten, without, well, you could even make it with raw dairy or an alternative. You can even make it with alternative foods that could be a good food combination. It's a tall order, but my wife's done it in the past and they were really good. Yes. I don't know the recipe, but she figured it out. I gave her all the food combination uh, parameters to stay within, and she managed to make really good pizza still. But it's very different than what you're used to. Your taste buds might have to adjust before you could fully appreciate it. Yeah, the only protein supplement I like is organic pea protein. I don't like any of the other protein supplements. Vertical jump. I guess I missed that question. You got to look at my vegetarianism video, Master Riffs, for my explanation on what I'm talking about there. Saying blanket things like something is bad, that's just silly. There's a context, there's a meaning, there's reasons. So I don't want to just say something's bad because that's ridiculous. You guys are human adults for the most part. I owe you more than that. But if you watch that video, you can get a lot more of what I'm really talking about there. No, I don't think I've supplemented taurine and glycine. Individual aminos can be effective for this and that, but there's always more holistic things that nature makes. I'm not against, by the way, individual amino acids. the experimentation thereof. I'm not saying that it's bad or anything like that, but there are always more intelligent designs in nature for more intelligent living products that do more to detox than just a couple amino acids, you know? So I have not tested those particular things. Yeah, we travel some. If I had an ally here to watch the place, you know, like someone who knows how to care for the animals and do the basics around here, someone we could trust, you know, to like earn their rent that way, stay in the studio apartment, and, you know, then my family could go on longer trips. Pretty much limited to like shorter day trips now because we have a lot of animals to take care of. I only eat about 100 grams of protein a day average, and I'm a lot bigger than a lot of guys eating 200. So like I say, if you clean yourself out to a deep cellular level so that your cells can actually absorb nutrition and get toxins out, you won't be gluttonously shoving all kinds of things in your body that are decaying in there and being wasted and causing more problems than good. If you regret something, just use it to be clear who you're not and what you're not. It should help you, what's the word? By reflex action, it should help you know all the more what you are about and do that. Dwelling on regrets is useless. It's just like sitting in a coffin when it's not even nailed shut. Learn from it. Activate more of your CNS twitch muscle jump higher. Well, the best thing is practicing doing it, of course, but to complement that, you can use low rep, high strength, low rep like weightlifting for the specific muscles that you use for jumping. You know, not a big voluminous bodybuilding type program, but something where you hit the muscles that you use the most in jumping, and you hit them hard and you hit them fast to make them stronger, period. And then a certain amount of your training, you just practice the high jumping. So now you're developing in both ways. And then there's everything you can do, like from my health playlist, to just upgrade your overall vitality. So your nervous system and muscles and everything just work at a much higher capacity to drastically complement and enhance that training. I knew I had a vision to live in the jungle since I was able to talk as a toddler. And I used to watch lots of National Geographic, and then I read some books, and later I started getting really into herbology, and most of the herbs I really wanted, I had to buy and take as supplements, which I learned a lot about them that way, but I couldn't grow my own. And I knew one day somebody's going to take this away like they do everything good. So I need to get to a place where I can have my own supply. I can be the ark, you know? And a lot of it, we continue to learn as we go. I'm not really sure off the top of my head how to heal carpal tunnel syndrome. But my common sense, which is ironically uncommon on this planet, my sense tells me, stop. You'd have to get out of whatever's job or whatever, habit you have that's caused it. You got to stop with the cause. That's half of it right there. And then if you can figure out what the opposing activity would be for that part of your body, if you can figure out what the opposition is, practice that and try to balance it out. And I might make a salve with anti-inflammatory ingredients, comfrey and some other things, to apply topically to the area to see if I could get swelling and excessive misalignment to go down. Yes, vitamin D is good for mixed people. In fact, the darker pigmentation you have, the more you really need to master the use of vitamin D. Because unless you live in a really sunny place and you're practically naked all the time, you're definitely deficient. But again, don't take vitamin D3 without taking high dose K2 and lots of magnesium as well, because it's dangerous if you don't. It can cause a lot of problems. It can even cause death. It can calcify your arteries, your brain. And people are deficient already in magnesium. Magnesium catalyzes the way the D3 works. So when you're already deficient, you start taking D3, you use up what's left. Magnesium is necessary for over 300 biological functions. So if you run out, you die, from this or that. So in order to get the best out of the D3, you have to use high dose K2 and get plenty of magnesium. So on this channel, wherever I've put in an info box D3, I also I link the only truly high dose K2 supplement I've ever found, and the product that I use both internally and externally for magnesium. It's a trifecta. D3 works with a trifecta, and it's dangerous on its own. It only makes imbalances worse for the most part. I don't know about methylene blue. It's just not something I take or use or anything, so can't comment on it really. I mean, to me, there's always going to be something better that's natural that they ripped off the idea from to begin with, to act like they've got some space age better, whatever. And maybe it does work pretty good. But I'm a pattern person. I mean, you've seen the same pattern even a few times for me is enough. But when you've seen it a million or more times, to where everything being patented is always just a rip-off alternative to something better in nature. If I was focused on methylene blue, I would just figure out where they ripped it off from and find something better and holistic from a higher form of consciousness instead of a corrupt lower one. And I would use that. And I probably have used that, whatever it is. Ultimately, Francesca sorry. It's really hard because it's almost like a chicken or an egg or a cart in front of the horse question, because ultimately you need to be surrounded by people that are not holding you down, really. But how are you going to get from here to there? You have to keep yourself positive enough to make all the changes in your life to get that much sovereignty, which takes great strength among other talents. So if you do get there, you're going to be a real light unto others. And by then you'll be able to be very clear what you are, and that will form relationships with people compatible enough that you don't need to escape them just to have some kind of semblance of a decent life. To be honest with you, that's what I've seen in a lot of experiences. Yeah, I'm vegetarian. Yeah. I eat vegan a lot of the time, but I'm vegetarian because we have our own ducks and chickens that make awesome eggs here. It's really great nutrition, so I do consume that sometimes. And if I had a goat that I could milk or something, I would probably consume that sometimes. Okay, the ones with the K2 and the magnesium, I definitely know that under the connective tissue stack video, you can find those links. You get some magnesium from foods, but the food sources society lives on are drastically depleted in magnesium, have been for a very long time. And stress depletes magnesium, and you guys are under about 1,000 forms of artificial stress. Some of you are starting to realize that, or starting to be overwhelmed, noticing it, but you're having magnesium depleted out of you at ridiculous levels. If you have any physical activity, you deplete it even more. So for all those reasons and more, society is incredibly deficient, and it's a powerhouse mineral that's very, very important for a whole bunch of biological functions. No, I don't listen to doctors. Doctors listen to me, man. One time I was in a gym working as a personal trainer, and I was explaining how digestive enzymes work to somebody. And there was this woman standing there for a long time listening, and that was cool. And I finally got done explaining all. She goes, "Is that really true?" She pulled me aside. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's all true." She goes, "Where do you find the research?" Because I went through all of medical school and they never showed me a single thing about any of that. She was a licensed PhD, and she was learning from me because apparently she was actually willing to, which is incredibly rare. So I told her, where to get some research on it. Because I'm thinking, wow, if a doctor wants to actually learn something about health, this is a good sign. But yeah, most doctors listen to me and go, "Puh," with their arrogance or whatever, even though they're a walking corpse of disease themselves. But there are ones with ears to hear, And that's what the world needs. Sometimes you got to make little changes from the inside, and others have to go out and make every change from the outside. And somewhere along the line, maybe we can meet in the middle and perfect and purify this disaster. Yes, I have extreme discipline, possibly too much. I don't even let people see my discipline to its full degree because I'm not sure it's a good thing to influence people that way. I think I have workaholism really bad, and that can be fun, maybe, if you're a little weird, but it could also destroy your life, like any addiction if you take it too far. But I definitely have enough discipline to do anything that requires discipline, and then some. I've never actually known anybody personally with as much actual discipline. And I'm not even saying that to brag because it might be a disease. It might be too much. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you on that as I learn more. How to make teeth whiter? Well, full body cleansing and oil pulling, I'd look into those. For the full body cleansing, I recommend my own health topics playlist. If you master and do the things on the first 3 videos there, you'll be so clean and healthy you won't make sense to anybody. You'll be an anomaly, but you'll be more alive, which makes it all more than worth it. How did I build my discipline? I don't know. That's a good question. I was probably born with some of it. I grew up around it. I grew up in like some workaholic kind of corner of the world, and I absorbed that. I didn't reject it like some. I made it part of me. And then I got into weightlifting when I was like 15 years old. Found somewhere where if you actually apply discipline, you get something for it, and it's like, ooh, I started working with that. And then I got so addicted to discipline that I've over-disciplined myself in all kinds of areas of life where I could have had much more abundance for much less work if I wasn't stuck in some self-demeaning discipline reality. So like I say, it's a human trait of great value, and it unlocks certain things that you can't unlock any other way. But there are a bunch of other human virtues that are of equal value that unlock other things or work together in harmony with discipline to unlock a third thing that you couldn't with one or the other. See what I'm saying? So discipline, like any human trait of value, it's great and all, but it's not everything. It's just one thing. Yeah, I've done Vince Duran's challenge without even knowing it was Vince Duran's challenge. There was times where I just ate that many eggs. Nothing magical happened because they were not fertile eggs. If his teaching is correct, then you'd have to eat that many fertile eggs per day to lower your myostatin and increase your follistatin enough to allow your muscles to grow to a new level. So normal eggs that you buy in a local store, that's not what he was even talking about. It was fertile eggs. Everybody's doing it now like a fun challenge for attention, and they don't realize you're not getting the fertile eggs that he was talking about. You might still make some gains because you simplified your diet and you made sure to get enough protein. And if you're eating mostly just straight eggs and not combining it with foods you shouldn't, you might be digesting that protein better than you're used to. So I could see where some people would get some gains just from that, from simplifying their normal madness that they eat and just, focusing on a bunch of eggs. Yeah, if you're lifting weights, you could get some physique improvements from that. But the real magic from what he proposed was eating that many fertile eggs per day, because fertile eggs have a factor in them that increases follistatin and lowers myostatin in your body and allows your muscles to grow bigger than they normally would. So that's the lost piece of that equation. Allergies come from having a leaky gut, which is leaking foreign things into your bloodstream and causing immune havoc where your body's attacking itself and fighting wars in places it shouldn't have to. You want to fix all allergies? I used to have allergies so bad I had blisters on my eyeballs and in my throat and almost couldn't breathe. And I would have rather been dead than have to live that way. I had allergies so bad I didn't even know allergies could be that bad. And now I have 0. And I take no medicine for it. And I don't even take any specific herbs to fight with allergies, because once I healed my gut lining and detoxified my entire lymphatic system, all allergies have been gone ever since. Look into the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist. Skill to Mev, whatever. You can definitely have high quality muscles. You could be very muscular and pound for pound very strong on a super low calorie kind of a diet if you have the right things in it. But you will be limited on mass. Okay, it is what it is. I'm not sure about sodium. All natural plants have sodium in them. I would never eat refined sodium because it's a lie. And you shouldn't be paying the mass. Well, I won't even talk about it. But I do sometimes crave like natural, good, real full spectrum salt. And I just eat whatever I'm craving. I don't even worry about it. But I have overdone it and been all puffy and had extra water retention from it. Some people don't even get that. It's not everybody's physique type. But even if I do that, it's a temporary thing. Just stop eating all that salt. It goes away a few days later. So I don't know. I don't have numbers for sodium, that's for sure. Huh. Yeah, I eat some foods cooked for sure. I'm not a raw foodist. I eat a lot of raw things. Other things I cook. Some things I eat either way, depending on the scenario. Sometimes my instinct will be to like consume a duck egg, which is basically just a yolk, a big old awesome yolk. A lot of times I'll consume that raw just for the really good quality essential fatty acids and just to eat it in perfect condition. But, I've cooked them too. Am I interested in bodybuilding? Well, you mean like professional bodybuilding? Do I watch or anything? No, I don't. I don't pay any attention to it. It is interesting. It's interesting, but it's not something I have time to pay attention to. I do a certain percentage of bodybuilding in my own life. And sometimes once in a while, I even get focused on it. And I prove to be one of the best natural bodybuilders ever. I'm not even saying that to brag. I'm just assessing what I've seen and saying that it's pretty accurate. Not the best because my symmetry is not perfect or whatever, but anyway. So I have a certain amount of interest. It's mixed with other physical things into my own. Like I use bodybuilding principles to build a certain amount of muscle here and there when I choose to, but I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm more of a functional power, stamina, agility, high level real world functionality, strength kind of a guy, at this point, because that's what works in real life. Injuries from lifting? Not really. Nothing serious ever. No. I mean, I've dropped things on my face and gave myself a bloody lip and, minor stuff, tweak this, strain that, bruise the other. But I haven't had any serious injuries ever from it. No. And I've done all kinds of lifts where people say, oh, he's a fool. You can't listen to him. He's dangerous and reckless and you'll get hurt. And I'm like, yeah, maybe you will. Don't do it. I ain't telling people to do it. But every lift I do out here in the jungle, you're on slippery, uneven ground, holding things in uneven positions, lifting sometimes tremendous weight. So everybody in fitness would say that's a complete no-no and you're not allowed to do that. And I'm a bad guy for even doing it, But I'm like, no, what I am is a functional and reality guy. And it's strange how different that is than what humans now call fitness, where they're not really fit to do anything in the real world without getting hurt. I don't call that fitness. Fixing short attention span? Of course there is. There's plants, there's herbs that can help you adjust your brain chemistry to make attention span early, easier. There's motivation. Maybe you haven't found anything that holds your attention yet. I tend to be on the ADHD side of things, but the things that I know so deeply, those things mean so much to me. I can study them deeper, 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 deeper. Whereas most stuff in life, it doesn't hold my attention because it's kind of dumb and shallow to begin with. So there's that to think about. And then there's just, practicing, willpower. Those are three, to me, different categories of things that you can get into to help with your attention span. I already answered that, Isaac. That's why I'm not answering it over and over on the same live stream. And I answered it in my video about sleep, I believe, how to sleep like a dog. How do you increase willpower? That's funny when I think about it, because it's like, if I ask myself, do I have the will to increase my willpower? And I go, yes, that's it right there. But if I was to ask myself, do I have the will to increase my willpower? Well, I don't know. It's like, maybe I don't, currently anyway. So I don't know how to answer that. If I make the decision to increase my output, it's something I just do it. It's not like a question of can. Actually, where I've run into the bar is what the human body can take without going unconscious. I'm not even going to tell how. I'm not going to talk about it, but I've literally pushed myself so hard. I've pushed the human body but beyond what it can stay conscious through. So for me, do I have enough willpower? The answer is always yes. There's still practicalities like, okay, should I aim max willpower at this? And if so, how long before I ease up a little, before there's consequences because I'm going too hard with too much willpower? So maybe I'm not the right guy to ask that question. For me, the answer is always yes. Of course I can increase willpower because that's just my choice. But if you don't know, if you've never found your inner willpower or whatever, you may not know how to just turn it on by will. I would say the answer is yes. You definitely can. I just don't know if I'm the guy to ask that question. Because from my perspective, there's always been an overabundance of willpower that I wasn't even allowed to express in most cases without bad consequences. Well, if you want to change your neurons, you have to change what you believe. That's what's structuring them. And you'd have to know how to search deep enough into your own shadow to even figure out what you believe in your subconscious, where you've been programmed. If you actually change your subconscious programming, your neurons will change to reflect a different reality that's now the controlling scenario of your reality. If you want to build a relationship with God, approach it like a child with an open heart. I believe whatever you are, you're the source of all things. I want you to quicken my spirit to know you more. And then just try to relax more. But you need that mantra, you need that prayer present in your awareness every day, all the time. You have to get to a point where you mean it enough that it actually does something. There's not some magic words or ritual like everybody does in their pagan nonsense. The only way you'll get to know the indwelling spirit more is if you actually care enough. The principle of seek and ye shall find, that's what it is. It doesn't mean go ask some person in a robe and now you're going to know God. Well, I seeked and it didn't work. No, that's not what it means. When you actually care enough, this has something to do with the actual law of attraction and how it actually works. If your personal priority is to know the source of all things and that priority is higher than other priorities, how you're going to get to know that infinite, unexplainable, infinite one will show up in your experience. But not until you've reached a certain threshold where you actually do prioritize, you really care enough. That's when it's going to happen. There is no hack or trick or game or pill or any of the crap that society, some synthetic way to do it. There is no synthetic way. Why should there be, right? But don't try to go into it. It's good that you don't have religious programming, or maybe you do and you left it behind. That's going to make this harder. But if you've never had any religious programming, at least you don't have a bunch of preconceived man-made ideas in the way of whatever you might start to perceive and experience when you make room for this experience by making it your highest priority in life. The less ideas you have, the less conditions you've already put on it, the better. But it'll be the degree of sincerity in your own consciousness will determine exactly how much you get. Yeah, I had braces for a lot of years. I had really messed up teeth, crazy teeth, teeth in the wrong place, wrong kind of teeth. It was a disaster. I had to have surgeries a couple times on my palate. My teeth were so bad. I grew up with cramped, crisscrossed, disastrous teeth. Well, it was divinely guided, Sirius. I just followed the guidance. There's no protocol or, something I can tell you. If you're meant to be gifted with some kind of research and you act on it, you'll discover it's true. If you're not, then you won't. That said, we live in an information age where anyone would do well to do their own research. People ask me questions all day that a simple Google search would have answered for them. It's like they refuse to do any research on their own. This learned helplessness disorder thing that everybody has, it's like epically huge. Not everybody, but most people in society. So it's like, fine, let me go do for you what you should have just done for yourself. Here it is. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting, but you don't need to put me on a pedestal and have me tell you what you could have just done for yourself in a matter of seconds, but you're too afraid to do. You've been so conditioned that you're not allowed to think, you're not allowed to research, you're not allowed to put anything together or try anything, and you're not allowed to improve your own life, that it's like, it's so taboo, it feels illegal. And actually, some of it is illegal at this point, to be honest with you. But you do live in an information age. Anybody would do well to practice researching. Work at it. Try searching the different search words, and see how it takes you different places. But be looking for something. Try to put something together for yourself, an understanding of how something works. And do research. And learn that you'll always find two points of view. You'll find something, if you're like me, you'll find like obscure research papers showing what you were shown or what you theorized. But then you'll find a system telling you not to do it. It's all bad, bad, dangerous, bad, 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 bad. Do what we say. Pay us lots of money to be harvested and die in some radiation chamber. And over here, there's people doing completely their own thing, but they're not really allowed to talk about the positive results. So discernment is needed in research. Trauma weakens you when it happens. If you manage to heal, if you actually manage to heal on all levels from it, you'll be stronger, wiser, more useful to everyone in a sense, if you heal from it. But in and of itself, no, it's not good for you. That's why we shouldn't go around traumatizing each other, inflicting evil on each other. Okay, well, if you're telling me it's not true, then don't do it. Don't do your own research. Don't. Because yes, there is lots of misinformation. That's why I said you need discernment. So make no effort, Find some magical website and just believe whatever that person says. If that's what you believe, that's what you're going to do. But for whoever asked me, I gave him my answer. Yeah, I can do more lifting topics vids. I'm kind of waiting for some good questions. You know, like I'm not just going to do the same topics everybody else does year after year and act like it's content. It's useless. It's pointless. And everybody seems to have such bad amnesia. You forget you've been going over these same topics on these guys' channels year after year. Now we'll do this for a while. Now we'll do this. Now we'll do this. Now we'll circle back to this. Now we'll do this. That's all it ever is. But if you ask some good questions, you'll definitely get some authentic information from my experience that has nothing to do with what so-and-so said, because I don't even know what so-and-so said, because I don't even care. So ask me good fitness questions, and if any of them merit a video, I'll happily make a fitness video about it, definitely. The health playlist has been growing a lot faster because, let's face it, it's a much bigger, more paramount, relevant topic for all of life. But if somebody asks me a good question, I'm happy to add to the other playlist, absolutely. I've done a lot of interesting experiments over many years with all different forms of fitness and synthesized some pretty excellent information and awareness out of it. I'm happy to share. If anybody asks the right question, I'll boom, something will come of it. You know, as far as finding new plants, Mate, I think that's who asked that, or mate or whatever. There's an app my wife got on her phone, and it's not the only one, where you can take a picture of a plant and a database will help you figure out what it is. So we've actually figured out what some of these edibles are and some of these herbs on this property that way. Very helpful. Or, you know, you can get a comprehensive book about the area you live in, like a really good one with like most of the wild edibles and herbs and stuff, and walk around with it and try to identify them that way. Well, fight Enix. Good old circuit training, you know, basic circuit training for combat athletes. You know, you build a circle of events every 20, 30 seconds, maybe a minute, depending on how you want to do it. You switch from one to the other. Things that simulate the struggles you do in grappling, striking, but add weight and add challenge. And you just move from station to station for a certain amount of time. Like if you want to build up to half an hour, really high VO2 max fighting intensity, that preps you VO2 and cardio wise. That's why combat athletes do circuit training that way. I missed your comment about the trampoline, my friend, but it seemed positive. I'm glad to hear it. It's definitely good for you. Kosher food is probably safer, yeah, because those guys have a special deal with higher ups to keep certain contaminants out of their food that they're dumping on the rest of the populace. Hope I don't get canceled just for saying that. I haven't heard yet that that's taboo to talk about. Yeah, but if your average Joe doesn't practice researching and discerning, your average Joe is always going to suck at it. I mean, if it was easy, everybody would already be good at it. What valuable thing is easy? That's kind of the point, man. I need the average Joes to be more than average. The whole planet needs it. Oh, poor me. I can't research. It's too hard. Fine. Just, you know, sit there and mold. Like you got to step up into it. And yeah, you will make mistakes. That's called life. Some of the best learning you're ever going to get's from your mistakes. If you're not brave enough to even make mistakes, you're never going to be good at anything. That's another thing about life. I did the front lever and the human flag the first time I ever tried them. No training time. I'm very, very strong for my size, even though it's a large size. Very, very strong. Always was. No, I didn't go anti-Semitic. Dude, I'm not anti anybody. I talked about a truth with a certain kind of food for those that wanted to be informed. Those laws and those regulations and those tricks and those deals people made, they are what they are and they are real. How did I anti anything? Not everything has to be turned into racism, even though the media has you trying to do it. It's how they're trying to train you guys to think. I can't even mention a culture somebody's from without being called racist. Oh, I said somebody was Chinese. Now I'm racist. Well, what was I supposed to say? A certain individual from a certain place because I'm not allowed to mention anybody's nationality? Like, not everything is racist, guys. But I've noticed that people that are racist think everything's racist. No, I was just informing somebody about a food question and giving them an honest answer so they could hopefully help themselves. Regardless of what culture they're from, I don't know and I don't care. Oh, he's baiting me? Okay, never mind. I got trolled. Good one. You got me. I fell for that really easy. I'm not up on things like trolling and baiting and all that. I just sit around trying to be as helpful as I can. Sometimes that makes me too sincere to catch on. But that's okay. No problem. Not everybody can practice scientific research. There's the learned helplessness disorder, man. Okay, so don't tell people to better themselves because not everybody can do it. Apparently, some of you are incapable of actually researching. I've just been informed, so don't try it and don't get any better at it. You could take that message, or you could take my message that you can learn discernment. With practice, you can get better at something. And in an information age where you're only being spoon-fed somebody else's agenda, it would behoove you to do your own research. Then you might even learn to think for yourself. Whoa, and that could change everything. I can't talk about those weights I did. The last time I did, I got ganged up on and canceled cultured by all kinds of so-called fitness channels that aren't very fit. And it doesn't matter the weights I do. More than you want to know, probably. No generalization. No generalization. You don't think there's generalizations in life? So now you're going to tell me how to communicate too? I mean, you've tried to establish the fact that you think it's bad to tell people to do their own research because some people can't research. So what are they supposed to do then? Pick someone to blindly listen to? Trust in external authority? That is the plague that's killing this planet. Unless you bring out what's inside of you. That will save you if you do, and if you don't, it will destroy you. People need to find what's inside of them. People need to wake up, and people need to take sovereignty of their lives, or they don't really have a life. So I'm never going to tell, no, you guys can't research. Just do what I say. That's what everybody else out there is doing. And it is the problem. Yes, we do some swimming. In fact, it's getting hot enough here. We're going to go to a river and swim against the current at least once a week pretty soon. Time ourselves swimming in a current in a river against it, holding position. Yeah, okay. Electrolytes impact strength heavily because your nervous system is what's sending the charge to lever arms of the bones and tendons and muscles to pull all that meaty stuff and bone stuff. And your nervous system has to send that electrical signal through something with conductivity. So like ocean water full of trace minerals, much higher conductivity than empty water. So the better your electrical charge is because of the better of your mineral balance inside your body. And therefore you can send a stronger signal from brain to muscle. So it's a big deal. I got a video on the jaw development thing. I see you popping that question over and over. Check it out if you haven't. And that's all I know about it. That plus, I also thought of another factor that probably affected mine. Spending time clenching your jaw on a mouthpiece as hard as possible. You could do that for, I don't know, 5 minutes a day or something, and I think it would contribute to what's in that video I made. You know, I've been thinking about a mentor type thing, Evan. Probably in a couple years, when my first son gets out of school, high school. I don't know. This is just a loose, vague thing that's been coming to me the last few days. But I was thinking, you know, maybe something I should do is have other young people that'll be similar to his age at that time come stay out here. You know, it could be for a week, a month, longer, and do like a work internship thing where you don't have to pay to stay here. You just, and I'm not going to work you to death either. You just kind of hang out with me when I do work and help and learn, you know, and that way you'll get to see and do some of all the different things that it takes for this particular homestead to work, you know. You'd be helping me out with getting some of the work done, and you'd just be learning hands-on instead of guessing or reading about it. You could just kind of shadow me on that kind of stuff, you know, because at the same time, my older son, I'm going to be teaching him a lot more of this stuff when he doesn't have school classes to do. It'll be like a higher form of education in a sense. And I thought, why not have a few more people involved, you know, and that way my sons could make some friends closer to their age. But if you're older than that, you know, we can still work something out. I mean, I'm not putting an age limit on it. It's just something that was starting to rumble around in my mind the last few days, you know, like that might make sense in a couple years to do that here. Because there's, you know, there's all kinds of channels and people promoting their off-grid lifestyle or whatever, but I don't know how many of them it's really legit. And I know that the way I do things is unique for sure, but if you can walk through it with me and see a unique functional way to make it all work, certainly you can get a lot of useful ideas for how you could do it yourself, you know, practical things. So we'll talk about that a little more as it gets closer to when that might happen. Yeah, that might be possible. Martian, Chan, Dan. Of course, how strong your teeth are versus how well rooted they are. I mean, there's people who have had a tooth knocked off, like snapped, but most people get the tooth actually knocked out from wherever it's stuck in there. But of course, there's all different levels of strength that are possible. Yeah, I'd say that's possible to some degree. You're sending money apart up for a ticket? Hey, you know what, guys? I don't know if this internship thing will happen, but if it gets close enough, I can make an announcement about it. You could say that on a donation, like I'm interested in, you know, possible mentorship or, you know, work for rent type program to come live with you guys for a while in the future. You could let me know, and then we could at least, you know, be in contact by email, bounce some ideas as things evolve, you know. No, nobody's going to discover all the health upgrades out in nature. No one's even ever come close. That's the good news, really. But humans are being forced to forget and burn down what's left before they even discovered a fraction of the incredible untapped potential that's sitting all around. We ought to hold on to our potential before we burn it all up, before we ever even discovered any of it, right? I like what I think you're seeing something there, Francis Costior. Yeah. Real bodybuilding You know, like I could be a lot more big and swollen jacked if that's what I spent my time doing. Yeah, as a natural. I've done it before. I've been huge. Nobody believed I was natural, but that's what you get for being good at it. But I mean, whatever mass I'm maintaining, my functional strength is ridiculous. My stamina is in literally just off the charts. And my well-being and vitality, that's where it's coming from. It's not being forced with a synthetic hormone while I erode my organs or something. My body has enough excess vitality and energy that if I focus it on building extra muscle, it can actually do it. Pretty cool, right? No, I'm thinking it would be nice if you guys ended up being somewhere in the age bracket of my sons, so that they could have friends in real life their own age, you know. But hey, like I say, I can't put an age cap on stuff like that. Furthermore, some 40-year-olds are young at heart, you know, maybe be their friend anyway. You know, I was just thinking, like, in my mind, like, wouldn't that be cool, you know, for them to meet other young people? But no, I'm certainly not putting an age limit on things, guys. Maybe even a family could come stay with us someday, you know, with parents somewhat similar to my wife and I's age, and kids similar to my kids' ages, you know. There's a lot of possibilities. But that's just something that down the line, if it gets clear to me to start talking about it more, you know, I'll get in contact with certain people through emails, and I can get to know them, you know, like how that would work out, if it would, with that particular person or a particular family or something like that, you know. Top 3 things to increase vitality living in Rome 3.0. Probably the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist. I don't use electrolyte supplements. No, I never have, and I never will, because nature's full of better options. So I just mix those together. Do I trust them? Not really. Because man will take, like, what, 4 things maybe and call it an electrolyte supplement. And in nature, whatever you're taking would have 100 different minerals in it, not 4, you know. So you're always skewing the balance of things in the body, and there's always consequences to that. I'm not saying that if you're dying for electrolytes, a man-made electrolyte supplement wouldn't help. It probably would. I'm just saying that there's something much better. There's many things better. Full spectrum, holistic, whole things, not fractured things. No, if you ignore every thought your mind produces, you'll just drool. I mean, for a while, sure, but no, the goal's not to ignore every thought and be thoughtless. Have you ever met a thoughtless person? That's cringy too. Oh man, you need a lot of things if you're going to leave the system. Every single thing that sustains life. Look at first of all, identify every system within the system that humans live on, and you figure out what your replacement is that's going to be sustainable and how you're going to do it. It's about the grandest scale project, you know, if you really think about it. There's lots of room for creativity and simplification, but you have to understand you're going to be responsible for all those things you just left, all of them, instead of the infinitely funded beast who has countless slaves to do it. You're not going to have any of that. So how are you going to do it? And how are you going to do it better? It's not like you just go, oh, you know, a little bit of carpentry, a little bit of gardening, you're good to go. Just wander off into the wilderness, you'll be fine. No. I'd be sending people off to their death saying stuff like that. Turn to God. The people that rule the world have accumulated their way of doing that through infinite lies, torture, and murder and molestation, my friend. How are they going to turn to God? You can't be a slave to the darkest kinds of sins and know God at the same time. He who persists in sin is a slave to sin. These are the greatest slaves to sin you've ever known. They're literally possessed by things you don't even want to know. So no, they don't get to just turn to God. Well, I got all the answers. The Vatican can hoard all the books they want that they stole from those they tortured to death, but they don't know how to use, perceive. They don't have the eyes to see or the ears to hear or an open heart or any ability to use any of the things that are written in those writings that they stole from everybody else. They can't do it. Just like they couldn't torture healing abilities, miraculous healing abilities, out of all the Essenes that used to live out in the desert. When Rome went and tried to torture all this magic out of them, all these miracle abilities, doesn't work like that. You can't torture magic out of people, and you can't steal all their books and just read it and do it either. When you're corrupt and you're a slave to darkness, that's what you are. You don't get to just be one with God and be evil at the same time, you know? You've distanced yourself from it. Some probably do, Yannick, and others don't. Most are so delusional, they just believe whatever they want to believe, to be comfortable with doing awful for negative entities that control their lives that they clearly don't understand, or they wouldn't have done any of this to begin with. Except, unfortunately, for many of them, they were born into it and forced into it. Cohesion by transgression, by force. I feel for these people. If you're one of these people and you hear me right now, I'm judging you. And I'm not poo-pooing you for being evil or whatever. I'm just talking about the darkness of the situation. And if you can get out of it by any means, good for you. If you want to not be that, good for you. Yeah, there's a lot of different myths and stories about that, Simon. There's been plenty of resets. There's remnants of way more advanced civilizations than this one all over the planet. What's up? Okay, I guess. I got to wrap this one up soon, guys. I have other activities. What was it Jim Carrey said? I have not attained yet ultimate spiritual creaminess. I got to work on that. Just kidding. But I will. Ban the chemtrails. Good luck. Do you think your vote or your opinion matters in society unless you're in one of those transgression cohesion type families, cults? Good luck. I mean, if a lot of people protest things, sometimes they'll let one go. Like parts of Europe said, hey, we don't want fluoride in our water. And they eventually took it out. The US just hasn't been loud enough. So you're still in a Nazi concentration camp of fluoride in your water. So once in a while, if you throw enough of a fuss and enough people actually make enough noise that it starts to, I don't know, cost somebody some of their overhead somewhere else, once in a while they'll give you one. Fine. We won't dump those wonderful chemtrails on you. But good luck with that. Good luck getting anybody to stand together in a society of stupid beliefs where everybody's trying to act superior to everybody else or play the biggest victim, you know? Until people heal spiritually, what are you going to do about the tangible problems, you know? Because you're on your own. It's you against the world. You could be crucified for the truth if you really want to. They probably won't turn off the chemtrails if you do, though. They'll just make up a false story about you, makes you look bad, and everybody believes it. And then you'll be remembered as some kind of loser that changed nothing. I would say stop cooperating by living in human chicken coops where they can easily dump the chemtrails on all of you. That's one of the solutions. Everything you learn to not be dependent on from the beast system, you get more sovereignty. At a certain point, your sovereignty level is like above this red line, where you actually get the gravity or the inertia to take off and fly. And then none of this stuff gets to be done to you anymore. But that's high level. You got to earn it step by step. Sovereignty is what you're looking to earn. At some point, all roads of sovereignty lead away from things like chemtrails being dumped on you. And they solve a lot of other problems too. They don't dump them everywhere. They don't dump them on non-populated areas, man. I realize some of that stuff blows around in the air, but not much. If you really watch it, it basically falls exactly where it's gridded to fall. And it's on all the people. I've lived in busy cities and I've lived in the middle of nowhere. And trust me, It's very obvious where all the chemtrails get dumped, man. They're not wasting their product out here in the middle of nowhere. They're using it where they can hit the most targets. I can't say what I think about vaccines or I'll be canceled like I was 10 years ago when I tried to warn everybody about some things. So now you know what I think. You know what I know. Phagogia agrestis, yeah. I forget which plant that is. I've read about it. I like it. I know I like that plant, but I'm not remembering off the top of my head which one it is right now. There's about 1 million things dumbing people down. Yeah, no doubt those are helping. Yes. A light to your friends. Well, just be what you would want someone to be to you, even if they don't. That's your version of a light. Not all lights come in the same spectrum, right? They're colorful. They're amazing. Some of them might come in a spectrum we've never seen before, but light is light. And if you're treating your friends the way you would wish that someone would be a friend to you, you're maxing it out. It's simple, but not easy, of course. I gotta head out, guys. I gotta say my goodbyes. I love you all. It's been a nice live stream. Scenic. We'll do some more scenic ones when weather permits and there isn't rain coming in sideways 100 miles an hour right here. But hopefully I was able to help some people. If I didn't get to you, just remember, I'm always checking the comments in the creator studio, looking for ones where people need my help with something, trying to stay up with you guys on that, trying to, be there for anybody asking for help with whatever, so I can point you in the right direction or point you in a direction I would go with it. There's not always one right direction, but I'll point you in a right direction if I have any say in the matter. And, in the meantime, do something good for somebody. And like Yeshua would say, do something good for somebody who can't pay you back. Because now it's between you and God, not between you and humans. Now you're opening doors spiritually. Much love, everybody. I believe in you all. Till the next time, over and out for now.